Morning, everyone. Welcome to the first of likely two work sessions for the fiscal year 2027 budget for the town of Bennington. We are meeting this morning at the Bennington Fire Facility, the multi-purpose room on the third floor at 130 River Street in Bennington. My name is Tom Haley. I have the honor of chairing this board, and I'll ask my fellow board members to introduce themselves, starting with Nancy.
Hi, Nancy White.
Hey, good morning, Sarah Perrin.
Good morning, I'm Jim Sullivan.
Good morning, I'm Jackie Matz.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Clark Adams, and I'm Ed Woods.
All right, and I'll remind everyone this is a work session, so it doesn't run exactly like our regular meetings, so that we can discuss the items in the budget related to particular departments while their department heads are here. The public will have an opportunity to contribute. If I'll just note that if the only statement you'd like to make is that taxes are too high and you don't have a specific way to help us work on that, we're going to take it as written that taxes should be as low as possible. So thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for the attention that you've made to preparing these budgets for us. We're starting this morning with the Bennington Fire Department. Chief Doucette.
Good morning. So, just for the record, Paul Doucette, Chief of Police and Public Safety Director for the town of Bennington. And to my right,
Nathan Barris, Fire Chief for Bennington.
Nathan and I enjoy a wonderful working relationship. Directly behind him is Scott Richmond, Deputy Chief of the Bennington Fire Department. The three of us have worked diligently at preparing this budget, knowing that there are some issues which we'll get into as we progress through the morning here. Some of the highlights in this year's fiscal year 2027 budget do include the purchase of new turnout gear under the tutelage of Chief Barris and Deputy Chief Richmond. There seems to be a little bit of a turnaround with the Bennington Fire Department, and we seem to be able to recruit more members, bringing members back that have left the department over the years for one reason or another. So we're proud of that fact. But again, it costs money to bring people back, to include turnout gear. It also, physicals and things of that nature. So one of the highlights that you have in front of you is uniform equipment, and that is purchasing 4 sets of turnout gear. When you stop and think about that, it's the helmet, the pants, the coat, the hood, all of that that goes along the lines of making sure that our firefighters are kept as safe as possible when we experience major fires, right down to a simple automobile accident, which nowadays are not as simple as they used to be. So we originally had asked for a little more money in this line. We understand that with what we're going to be discussing here shortly, we did, working with the town manager and the finance director, trim this down, and we're really going to focus on utilizing some 2026 funds to make sure that we have turnout gear, proper turnout gear for our firefighters. We did reduce this to $21,200. That's for a total of 4 sets of gear. Works out to be about $5,300 per set. Not really much else to talk about as far as that goes. We're really hoping that you understand the need for the turnout gear, and at the same time, we're fortunate that we are able to keep our gear clean here, because in the past the town has afforded us an opportunity to have the washer and dryer in place that we have downstairs. We know that other departments in the area just simply don't have that. So, and they have to send their gear out to be cleaned, whereas we can do it right here. So we're happy about that. Another highlight in 2027 is the communications. We are definitely proposing the purchase of up to 4 Motorola radios, which is the same as we've done this year. In fact, those just came in. Chief Burris went down and picked them up at Bearcom, and Bearcom is our vendor. And potentially 7 additional pagers that are issued to members of the Bennington Fire Department, so that when there is a fire in our communication center, alerts them, it's on their hip or with them somewhere, and they are alerted to the fire call and can respond. So again, that's something that we have talked about with all of you, and it's much better to make the purchase a few radios at a time, a few pages at a time, because technology changes, and we don't want to be faced with having all of our radios go bad at the same time, all of our portable radios and things like that. So that's important to us. So this is moving on from that, unless there's any questions about communications. Moving on from that is where we get into something that we're very concerned about here at the fire facility. As you know, this is an amazing building. It gets a lot of use. It's used by community groups. All the community meetings are held here. It houses all of our wonderful fire apparatus, and we're very proud of this building. As the time has gone by, we've had some issues with the roof, and the roof has been patched several times. And at this point in time, there's no more patching the roof. And we are taking on water through the roof, and the estimate to repair the roof is to replace the roof is $145,000. So, with that being said, this is where we talk about the review between Chief Burris and I, along with the town manager and the finance director, and we have made some cuts within the fire department budget, and we've moved some money around. So I'm sure you all had the opportunity to review the information from the town manager, but even with moving some money around and making cuts, it's still going to require that we budget funds for this project. So it's got to get done. There's absolutely no doubt that the roof has to be replaced. It's over 20 years old. We have been putting money away to replace the roof. We've been putting away $5,000 a year now for 4 years. This will be our 5th year, so we'll be going into this with $25,000. And we're proposing that in 2027, the $5,000 that would be put in for the roof would bring us to the $35,000 I'm sorry, the $5,000 that we'd be putting away for the roof would assist us, and the $30,000 that we had requested to put away for equipment reserve, which is to purchase new fire apparatus or related equipment that is needed by members of the Bennington Fire Department to be successful in fire suppression, that money be allocated towards roof repair, replacement, and so that it's not so much of a burden on the taxpayers. So we are looking for all of you to support the $85,000 that we're going to need to repair the roof, and I think that's essential. I mean, this building gets this building gets a lot of use, and Paul Danzro is here this morning as well to support this. We've been up on the roof. We took pictures. I wasn't going to bore you with putting a roof up on the screen. I think we all know what a roof looks like, and And again, we knew that the roof had some issues. We just thought that maybe we could get it to go by a little bit more. We did have a roofer come here, a roofing company come here and take a look at that and ask them to sharpen their pencil. And it's going to be $145,000, give or take, to replace the roof. It's not something where we can just say, okay, we're gonna lift the rubber and we're gonna put another new piece on and put some stone on top. We're done with all that. We just can't have that. We've had water issues here before, and we know about the issue. So it's not like we're going to contact the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and say, hey, a tree went through our roof, because that's not what's happening here, right? I think that's something that we need to consider to keep this great building in the condition that it's in, is to quite simply, replace the roof and move on from that. So we are happy to answer any questions. Paul's in the back of the room, closest to the door. And I think that I think it's a serious matter. Although I do enjoy some humor this early in the morning, it is a serious matter that needs to be addressed. It's nothing that we're going to repair right now. I know one of the company rooms on the other side of this wall has taken on some water, and we're doing our best to mitigate that. It just needs to get done. So,
Chief, I would just like to clarify the Chief's comments. He said it is over 20 years. It's actually over 30 years finally now. So it is over 20 and over 30. So it's well outlived its useful life. So just checked with Paul this morning on that because I wasn't sure.
30.
30.
We've been around too long.
Yeah, you see a wager coming.
Well, we were going to have a competition who had the best haircut today, but I think he wins. If there are no questions on that, that's perfectly fine, but it's mandatory. I mean, there's no way around that.
All right. So does Nancy?
Yep. I don't remember hearing about the roof before. If somebody brought it up last year, it went over my head, but did you say you've been putting money off to the side for the roof?
Yes, we established, we spoke with Melissa and Stuart, and we established a roof reserve account where we were putting away $5,000 a year. And in 2026, we were up to $25,000. And then when we got the estimate that it was going to be $145,000, we knew.
Because it wasn't in the reserve fund list that we had last year.
Oh, no,
Yes, it was.
it's in the budget.
The one that we went over the second meeting
It's in there.
for the roof at the firehouse.
It's actually an item on the warning.
What'd she say?
It's actually an item on the warning every year, so it's actually in the town
Okay,
meeting.
well, I missed it.
Anyone else? Jim?
Yeah, just a quick question. Thanks. When you looked at it and the roofing company looked at it, are you confident that the level of inspection was sufficient to be sure that there's not something underneath the roof that's structural that would require additional cost?
That's correct. I mean, there's not concern on the structural roof elements at this point. It's the roof surface itself, which is breaking down and deteriorating over the time. The estimate that was provided to us by the roofing company would also include adding additional rigid foam insulation as well as a new roof surface to bring the R value up on the facility as a whole to the current requirements of an R49. So the other benefit of the roof replacement is you're also going to improve the energy efficiency and effectiveness here in this building.
What's the R value now?
I believe it's closer in the R30s, which was the standard at the time it was put on. So over the years, that standard has increased as well.
Jackie, then Clark.
Hi. As you alluded, construction technologies have changed and improved over the past 30-something years. What's the expected lifespan of the roof that you anticipate putting on?
Your typical Firestone rubber membrane roof, which is being quoted, 25 to 30 year, depending on seasons and maintenance through the period. But the minimum would be a 25 year expectancy.
Clark?
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Thanks for coming. I don't know, maybe it's a housekeeping question. I'm a bit confused. How come this isn't in the building and grounds budget? Aren't they responsible for maintenance of town buildings?
Each facility maintains within their budget a section for buildings and grounds. So this, like in the fire department budget and the police department budget, this is under 4570 on the fire side. So each facility maintains their own buildings and grounds piece of the budget, and we have meetings with the facilities director and the assistant facilities director so that we can maintain that in our budget. We meet together, we talk about things that need to be done, that need to be fixed, that need to be improved, and it stays within the fire department budget. So it is part of buildings and grounds, but it's the fire department facility, so that's why it's in this part. It's in the fire department budget.
It's also important to remember that the taxpayers that pay for the Bennington town fire department is different than, say, the village. So this would impact the folks that are paying taxes for the Bennington Fire Department versus the rural fire department. So we do have to keep them separate. Is that correct, Melissa? Yeah. Same thing with the highway department.
Anyone else?
Well, just to bounce back to the uniform issue. As I recall, last year there was a discussion of basically fair wear and tear on your gear, needing to replace it regularly. I know you mentioned you have some people who are coming on board who need to be equipped, but how does that impact on your fair wear and tear replacement plans, or is that something on hold now?
It's just something we push into it. I didn't foresee that to happen. If something is, malfunction in that gear, we'll just replace that part for each person.
Yeah, I remember last year we specifically discussed funding for fair wear and tear replacement type stuff, and I just didn't see that in this year's listing. Maybe
it's the same pretense to the whole line item.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Sarah?
Yes, I just want to recognize that the fire department that we're very fortunate to have the fire department, since they're all volunteer department. And for me, health and safety to our town's number one priority. I think that if we were to have a fire department that's not volunteer, we'd be looking at upwards of a few $1 million. And from what you're telling us, this is already kind of very bare bones. If this budget, is this enough to grow our department?
So I worked with Nathan and Melissa and Dan, and yes, we made some cuts within the fire department budget. Those are tolerable cuts for this year. It seems like each year we quite honestly, and this is not to be a Debbie Downer or be disrespectful, but each year we're told, well, maybe next year. We thought this was going to be our year to work on our hazmat truck. So we started doing that, knowing that hazmat truck is more than 20 years old. We just did some major repairs to that to replace rust, rot, and doors, and we just ordered new tires yesterday, in fact, that will be on the truck probably Thursday. We're trying to get as much done in the current fiscal year, and knowing that, that next year we really need the funding to replace the roof. And Sarah, I'm with you 1,000%. We're very fortunate to have a dedicated group of professional volunteers here within the Bennington Fire Department, and we've made cuts, we've moved money around, and that's with the fine work of our finance director and our town manager, and sitting down with Nathan and explaining to him, because don't forget, this group of volunteers that works hard, that they come out in the middle of the night or they miss work and they're not paid or whatever, they're going to want an explanation in a couple of weeks when we have the department meeting here about some of the things that they've heard about here today. And I think that Nathan is well-versed and able to explain to them. But, I have all of the cuts that have been made here. And, next year, moving forward, we may come back to you and say, okay, the roof is repaired, and now it's time to move on to another project. So, but being focused on this building and making sure that it stays sound and secure is our primary focus.
So was that a yes or a no? I'm not hearing a yes or a no there. I feel like this is the same conversation we had last year, is we need to do this first before this.
I know, but that's what happens, right? I mean, there's always going to be something, no matter what. And again, I think that we have to focus on priorities if we're going to try to keep the tax base down. And this roof replacement is a priority. We are currently working towards looking at replacing one of our fire apparatus that's overdue in the capital plan. And so we need to utilize the funds that are currently in that line, that reserve line, for that fire apparatus, and that's why we're asking for the money to be put into this year's budget to replace the roof. Yes.
Was that yes so this is enough to grow our department?
Say that one more time.
Yes, so that was a yes to, this is enough to grow our department? Is that what you're saying?
I think we use the term level funding for budgeting, right? I think this is enough for the upcoming fiscal year to level fund and to sustain our work here with the Bennington Fire Department. And I think once we move beyond the roof replacement and coming back to you for fiscal year 2028, so a year from now, perhaps with some projects that we really wanted to tackle this year, but we understand. So we are growing the fire department as far as personnel goes. We are growing the fire department as far as some of our equipment goes. But next year we're gonna slow that down a little bit. But it does not mean that we're not going to be able to function as probably the best fire department in Bennington County.
When it comes to writing grants, are you the only one that there is to write grants for both police department and fire department? If so, would it be helpful if you had Shannon or somebody else, if there's grants that maybe we could get for the fire department possibly?
So that's a great question. So we have written grants. I have written grants for the fire department. We've been successful. A lot of money seems to have dried up. I did look for money. Believe me, I looked for money to buy communications equipment, as an example, so that we could pull those radios out that we also need in fiscal year 2027. There's not money for that. I looked at the USDA grant funding, which basically that is loans to build new firehouses, new structures, and we're not looking to build the structure here, so we're looking to repair. So we were not eligible for that. There was a grant that I reviewed. It just closed in November of 2025 that we were not eligible for because we have more than 10,000 people residing in Bennington. So a lot of these grants are based on population and based on need. I know that, for example, up in Rupert, they were able to secure a grant for a new fire truck, tanker truck. But there's reasons for that, Nancy, and for the rest of you that need to understand how this works. We have a hydrant system here. We have pretty great fire apparatus here, and our operating budget far exceeds $30,000. In Rupert, they have an operating budget of about $30,000. They don't have to protect the buildings that we have to protect here. They don't need a ladder truck. But they needed a tanker truck, which holds thousands of gallons of water so that they can have water to suppress a fire out in the woods, whether it's a camp or someone's home or whatever. We don't have a need for a tanker truck here that holds 3,000 or 3,500 gallons of water. So we're fortunate that we have the infrastructure in town, thanks to Larry and RJ, and I know we replace hydrants from time to time, and so we're fortunate there. But so I'm just not finding a lot, and then basically you're told, well, seek private donations. Well, I'm not trying to be a wise guy, but I don't know anybody that's going to write us a check for $85,000 so that we can fix the roof here. And if there is, give me a call. I'm not finding it, and I can't even imagine why we would have to. And this is a conversation I've had with Mr. Monks and I've had with Ms. Courier. We're the town of Bennington, and we strive to be number one. And these guys do their own fundraising so that they can have a Battle Day events. We do fundraising so we can have a canine program. And you can only go to the well so many times, and so I don't think fundraising is the answer to fix the roof. But as of right now, the short answer is, as of right now, I have looked at several grants, and we just don't. We're not eligible. The wildland firefighting grant, we were not eligible for that because of our population, and we don't have. The only other way to get that one was, and that's for lightweight turnout gear and shovels and rakes and things like that. We're not eligible for that because we don't contract with a community that's attached to Bennington to put out fires. The rural fire department is. They contract with the town of Woodford. So that's how they can have a brush truck, and they can have, all of the associated equipment to be on that brush truck and things like that. So I'm just not finding anything that we're currently eligible for. The Vermont League of Cities and Towns does have some grant funding available, but you can only go to that well one time, and it says turnout gear, $1,000. Well, I can tell you right now, turnout gear is not $1,000. I'm going to be able to buy 2 helmets, and then I'm not going to be able to utilize the VLCT grant. So there's a lot where people say, oh, did you hear? I'll tell you, just to keep going with this, because I have done my homework on this, the town of Pownell, and I hope that they get it. There's federal money through our representatives and through Bernie Sanders, if you can ever find him in Vermont. The town of Pownell just put in for shy of $1 million to build a new firehouse, and they desperately need a new firehouse. They're looking to put on a community center. They're looking to run day camps out of their fire facility. They have trucks that barely fit in their fire facility. Their fire facility is falling apart. But again, they were able to find a representative that was willing to put that in, and that did make it into 2026. But it doesn't mean that Congress is going to vote to approve that, because then I looked at what Peter Welch put in for, and I thought to myself, good Lord. I mean, and the reason why I say, number one, we have a good working relationship with Pownell. Number two, Pownell deserves it and needs it. Number three, if you go on the websites of our federal reps, you'll see that in Vermont, there's a lot of money that is focused on the northern part of the state, yep. And it drives me crazy. Millions. And so, I mean, if the town of Pownell can pull this off, I mean, kudos to them. Again, they're asking for just shy of $1 million. We don't need a new firehouse. We have a beautiful firehouse. We need $85,000 to help get to that $145,000 for this roof. So I've done my homework on this. I've tried to, I've tried to find ways to lessen the burden, and that's why we met with Mr. Monks and Ms. Courier to make some cuts and move some money around just for upcoming fiscal year 2027, and then in fiscal year 2028 we'll get back on track.
And the other concern I had, and I talked to the chief a couple of months ago, to get a better understanding of how much we're asking a volunteer to spend, volunteering each week for training. I was shocked by how long they train for. But you did say you could do something where they could be trained quickly or quicker, still be qualified to work a fire, be safe. And is that something you've talked with the other chiefs about?
My other chiefs or other chiefs in the area?
No, you with the other chiefs too, because you told me how long the one person twice a week for practically a year, they don't get reimbursed.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Clark and I touched base about this last year's meeting, and it's if they choose to take this state-funded program, they can do that also. Sometimes it does not. As Paul said, we don't get a lot of things down here in the south of the state. They have to travel, as we talked about too. So, but we have a program in place in this building to train our members to all of our abilities, older generations and such, to make them a valuable fireman. So that's still an option that but they also still, I have two right now that are traveling for that state certification.
But was that something you were going to consider doing rather than that? Wasn't it nearly a year-long process
Yeah,
to be?
we do that now, Nancy.
They can do it, you can do it less than a year.
Well, I mean, it's the engineers or the chief's discretion on what you're able to do on a fire scene at any given moment. So, again, as we talk, we can train them to our best ability for the years of service that come from these walls. But if they still choose to go to that program, they're more than welcome to do that. I encourage it.
I just didn't want to lose good potential volunteers when they find out they're working, they have a family, they've got
Sure.
2 days a week. If there was a process more quickly where everybody would be safe, maybe we should try to look more towards that.
And again, the training isn't quote unquote quickly, right? I mean, it takes a long time to get them up to par to do it. But almost everybody that comes through this door is willing for that.
Okay.
Thanks. First of all, I support replacing the roof. Good. I just want to be clear on that. Some of the funding for this roof replacement comes from a reserve fund that's been funded for the last 4 or 5 years at $5,000 a year. And I'm just thinking that for budget impact-wise, it might have been better to set aside like $20,000 a year for the last 4 or 5 years, so we wouldn't have that one big hit. And then I'm wondering in the future, like your other capital replacement needs, like the hazmat equipment you're talking about, should we be thinking about proactively setting some money aside to replace that within a certain time frame rather than getting to the point where we are now with the roof and say, oof, that truck's going to just fall off its axles. We need $150,000 this year.
So I bit the inside of my cheek for a second. Listen, we do our best to keep the tax base down, right? $5,000, we had originally asked for more, but, when we look at the grand scheme of things, it was $5,000. We've learned that that's not the case, and after we replace the roof in the upcoming fiscal year, we're going to have to maintain that money. Because even if we go another 30 years at $5,000 a year, there's $150,000, but what about inflation and things like that? So maybe we should make it $7,500 a year, right? Because we know that the roof is vulnerable, right? And so there are things like that we have to work on. And I'm not going to throw a dagger at the fire department. I accept full responsibility for that. It's no different than, the communication system at the police department, right? This year we skipped, but next year in 2028, you're going to see a request for a reserve account, a line, where we're putting money away every year because we know that radio equipment is going to last 9 to 10 years. And we don't want to have to scramble around and try to find money like we did this time. that communication center is the hub of services for lots of fire departments, the police department. We monitor Public Works and the Sheriff's Department. We monitor Pownell Fire and Rescue. We dispatch for them. We dispatch for Bennington Rescue. And it all costs money. And so we don't want to get caught like that again. And we're going to focus on the fire department at the moment. But I will share with you that you are correct. We probably should have budgeted more money for the roof replacement. The first couple of times it got patched, we thought it was going to be okay, and now it's not. I mean, we both have the pictures of the roof in its current condition. I don't want to use the term live and learn, but we're prepared to make sure that moving forward that not only are we going to have a reserve for fire equipment, but we're going to have a reserve account for maintenance of the fire facility.
Can you speak to that?
Melissa Courier, Finance Director. So I totally agree that there should have been a larger reserve. I think that the intention was to utilize our capital facilities fund, and not throwing any shade to the police department, but the console project was not, that was unexpected. So that kind of threw that out of the, as an option, it threw that away. Over the past few years, I have worked with our town manager to increase the number of reserves that we have, and it would be my full intention to suggest that we do start our roof or our building reserve at a much larger amount. Kind of to Sarah's question as well, regarding the fire department's needs, approving this $85,000 this year will allow us next year to have a larger base that we would then be able to give back the equipment reserve that we borrowed from this year, as well as grow it to make up for the loss of it from this year, and also have room to put back into the fire department some things that have been cut for a while.
So, and just to, Jim, answer your question directly about the Fire Equipment Reserve Fund, we do already have one. It was funded at it's been funded at $30,000 a year, and we expect to increase that next year.
Clark.
Hi. To echo Sarah's comment, I'm very proud to say that we have an excellent fire department and people dedicated to this town. Keep it that way, and I appreciate that. It's my intention to do everything I can to support that. My question is, in terms of funding for the roof repair, I heard Paul mention R factors, upgrading and so forth to new R factors. Is there any possibility of us looking at sort of a energy conservation type grant money to reflect the fact we are improving the efficiency of the building?
Clark, so far I've not run across one that would be part of that, but I can look into it further. But so far there hasn't been anything too obvious that would be available for that.
I just seemed when I heard, the significant increase in the R factor and, today's age with energy conservation, energy efficiency issues. I just wonder if that's something we may want to explore that pathway.
Double check. Right. But so far to date, there hasn't been, similar to like other things like with the fire grants, something that we would be eligible for or be able to apply for.
Not just specifically fire, but I'm looking at energy efficiency.
But it's similar to that, where when you go through the different things that you would qualify for, we would not be eligible, or there would not be a program that would fit for what we were doing.
Okay. All right. And one other question. As you may know, I live out on the west side, about a mile from the last fire hydrant.
Counting how far.
Yeah. No, I went out of gas once, so I know exactly how far it is. Tankers. Do those guys out there have a tanker? Can I go to sleep tonight knowing I don't drive through my fire?
It's not out there, but their department does have a tanker, yes.
Okay, so in fact, there is tanker coverage out there on the west side. That's what I want to be clear. All right, thank you.
Anything else, Jackie?
It just occurs to me as we're sitting here talking about the roof at the fire department, and we all keep gesturing up while we're sitting in a select board meeting, and I'm sure everyone here appreciates the fact that this building is used not just for a fire facility, but also for the select board meetings. It's where we hold our elections. This building serves our community in a lot of ways, in addition to the important role that it plays with the fire department. So just for the folks at home watching on video or that might not be thinking about that, I appreciate that this has to come out of the fire department's budget and the cuts that you've made to make that possible. But I think this building is important to the community in a lot of ways beyond just as a fire facility.
Absolutely. And I'd just like to add that we need to remember that deferred maintenance always costs more than doing the maintenance when it's first observed, and that water, when it gets into a building in places where it doesn't belong, can cause a lot more damage than people realize. I think a lot of folks have, on their homes, had an issue and said, well, gosh, I can't afford it this year. The next year it costs significantly more money because the water got in and caused rot or froze and caused things to burst, et cetera. So while this is a huge amount of money, it'll only turn into more money if we do try to kick the can down the road a little bit farther. So I think we need to remember that when we're thinking about whether we're going to vote for this.
Tom,
and,
one comment when you get a chance.
Yep. And in terms of, grant money, I think we need to remember, too, that as cuts are made at the federal level, those expenses aren't going away at the local level. So unfortunately, a lot of that money isn't there anymore. And we're going to have to pick up a significant portion of it, here at the local level. So, Ed?
I want to really check with you to make sure you really need a new roof. Listen, you're getting beat up because of this, and I don't feel that way. We get the fiscal management and the pressure that everybody's under. I wonder if it makes any sense to consult with the Energy Committee or the folks from BCRC that are energy experts, just to confirm whether or not there's grant funding out there. The Energy Committee is working with other organizations around town to help them find opportunities. Let's just not overlook our own connection if we can make it, that's all.
Anyone else on the board? Anyone in the public have any questions or comments on the fire department budget? I don't see anyone, so thank you very much, gentlemen.
Just comment. Listening to the discussion, I am going to question, why does this come out of the fire department budget? The reason we agreed to pay for this, we didn't have a building big enough to vote. We voted at the school. There wasn't a building big enough for select board meetings. So this serves a lot of things in addition to the fire department. And I wonder if this money shouldn't be coming out of the general fund rather than the fire department budget.
Anyone have any comment on that? Dan, Melissa?
Because this building has a lot of purposes.
Yeah?
Along that lines, that's part of my thinking when I asked about the building and grounds type funding for the repairs here. And of course, what Jackie pointed out, there's a multifunctional building that impacts pretty much across the full spectrum of town operations. So if there's some way to get it done and lighten the budgetary load on the fire department, I realize that we're taking money out of our left pocket to put it into the right pocket. Unfortunately, everybody's having to tighten their belt. But I see this building as more than the firehouse. Firehouse is part of it. I see it as more of a center of what goes on in our community, and we have to take care of it. And as Ed mentioned and everyone, we have to explore all options for funding. I realize what we're living in now, the budgetary constraints of our state, local, and federal government, but yeah, we're just going to have to kind of dig deep, try to find those hidden acorns.
I don't know how many acorns you're going to find, but as far as going from left pocket to right pocket, and as I explained when we first started this, Clark, the line item is in the fire department budget because it's the fire department building. For years and years and years, we've paid for Comcast communications so all of you can attend select board meetings and have access to the internet. That came out of the fire department budget, okay? So there's a lot of things that are paid for, in different budgets because it's tied to that building or that's what they do. I'll give you a different example so Nathan and Scott don't think we're picking on the fire department. Everybody keeps talking about the equipment at the police facility, and I've told all of you, we provide communications for a lot of different departments within the town and departments that are not related to the town of Bennington as far as them being part of a town entity, and that comes out of the police department budget. And if we started to charge people what they really should be charged, then things would be a little bit different. But it's still going to come and show in the police department budget, right? So that's just it. I mean, people use the conference room at the police department, but it doesn't mean I'm going to have a charge back to whoever's using that from town government because it's the same pot of money that our taxpayers are going to vote on, right? When we put the warning out and we say it's going to be this many millions of dollars to have a town budget, and people are going to say yes or no. This falls within that dollar amount. And so I understand what you're all saying, but at the same time, we need to be cognizant of the fact that that's how we budget here. And the police department with our communications, that's how we budget. And that's how we've been doing it for the 16 or so years that I've been doing it, and it was done like that for all the years before I came on as the police chief and public safety director. So those are things that we need to think about. I don't think there's any changing it. I do like Ed's idea of checking with the Energy Committee to see if they can come up with something. But I mean, at this point, our focus really is on let's get this fixed because we don't want the rot, we don't want the buildup of whatever the situation may be. This is a beautiful facility and used by lots of people. We've already discussed all of that, and we think it's important that it gets fixed, and let's just figure out how to get it fixed.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chief?
Good luck, pal. Later. Yeah.
Chief, you stay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Switch hats. Next up, we have the Bennington Police Department budget. Chief Doucette.
See how quick they bail on me? I don't even talk to you. They're great folks, without a doubt. All right. So we're just going to jump, Mr. Haley? Yep. All righty then. So good morning once again, Paul Doucette. This time I'm just the chief of police, and I shouldn't say just because it's a lot of work. So we're gonna actually skip around a little bit and go over the police department budget. I just got to get to the right page. Oops. Bad. Okay, so something we've all been talking about for quite a while is we are having an excellent response from our crisis worker. here that we maintain with United Counseling Service under 4100-560. So here, our contracted costs show $110,160. $100,000 of that is for our contracted crisis worker who's been doing some amazing work with us here in Bennington, and it also has allowed for the crisis worker to come down from the Shaftesbury Barracks when we've had some critical incidents here in Bennington that require that. And I don't think there's any doubt that project needs to continue. We'll touch on 4100-100, which is salary and wages. 4100-100, at this point, I did agree to making a substantial cut in overtime wages. I'm a little nervous about that, but when you look at the big picture, we have just hired 3 people, 2 of which will be going off to the academy in approximately 3 weeks. One which came to us as a fully certified law enforcement officer from Massachusetts, and it was almost like a miracle happened. The police academy put together a waiver program, and that person has been through part of the waiver program and is actually out on the road. I am proud to say that the Bennington Police Department now has 4 female officers, and they are hard workers, and Marissa is one of those officers. She came to us again from the state of Massachusetts with several years of experience, and she's working out great. The other 2 officers that we've hired are both out of college, and they seem to be really great people. We've got them out with us now, and they are participating in ride-alongs and observations daily, and that experience that they're receiving now will help them when they get to the police academy that first week of February, because they'll kind of know what the instructors are talking about when they start getting into the classroom phase of things. So at this point in time, we know that we know that the working agreement is up for renewal. And it expires on June 30th of 2026. I do have a good working relationship with the union folks, obviously, and with that being said, I know that the union is looking to get out in front of this, and I fully anticipate that in the next couple of months that we're going to be able to have an agreement in place before the current agreement expires. And the numbers under the police administration line for salaries and wages reflects what I think we're both thinking about. However, the chief is not privy, nor the town manager or the finance director or human resources with exactly what they're looking for. We looked at this. We looked at other agencies in the area to include as far north as Rutland and over the mountain to our east over to Wilmington, and we're trying to make sure that we are able to not only recruit, but we're able to retain our officers. And I think that this line will be able to cover what the union's looking for. Prior to coming in this morning, I just had to talk to the chapter chair one more time because I wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page before I sat here in front of all of you. And I think that we're on track to be able to recruit and retain, and we do have some officers, some people that are interested in coming on board with the Bennington Police Department that really are looking they're waiting to see what our numbers are going to look like. A lot of people have been going to Rutland just because of their salary and their benefits and things like that. And and as Manchester, Vermont as well, because they clearly make a higher wage than our folks. And so that I think is going to be something that we have taken a serious look at. So we've We've cut our overtime significantly, and in hopes that some of these new positions that are being filled will cut back on the amount of overtime. So those are things that I want you to think about as other department heads present their budgets, is recruitment and retention at the police department is absolutely necessary for us to be successful. We are a successful police department, in my opinion. Pushing back on some of the crime that we're facing. The head of Homeland Security in Vermont is coming down to meet with me this month. Nothing to do with ICE or anything like that, because you all know where I stand with that. But Homeland Security is coming down to look so we can continue to put some of our drug cases and violent crime cases to the federal level. So again, with that being said, we're really hoping that you accept that as well. I think I'll stop there because I know that there's probably some questions before we get into police training.
Ed, we'll start that at this time.
Good morning, Chief. Again, this $240,000 that we're talking about in overtime, do you happen to know what the variance is from 26?
I do.
Yeah, what are we spending in fiscal 26 on overtime?
Well, what we spent and what we budgeted for are...
Well, I'm really interested in what we spent.
I'm going to have to look back to my friend.
In
Melissa.
fiscal 26 we did. We're halfway through fiscal 26. Fiscal 27 starts on July 1st. That's what we're talking about.
I do have that.
There's the answer.
So in 2025, it was $212,000. Spent.
And in 26 so far, we're in fiscal 26, right?
Right.
Yes.
So far, where we're at with overtime, and this is a rough number, where we're at in overtime is, and this is probably through the month of November-ish, is 111,191.02. So we're on track to basically spend about, if we factor in the month of December, which I don't have here quite yet, because I know that we're all busy doing other things like getting ready for today. We should be around that $240,000 mark, $250,000 mark at the end of our fiscal year. That's as long as we don't have anything catastrophic and we don't have people leave to go to another agency and we're having to cover with more overtime. And I don't see that happening, quite honestly, right now. I think a lot of folks are happy with what we're trying to accomplish. We did include folks. I should have started with that. We did include folks. I met with folks about the police department budget, as I normally do, and I had more input this year than I've ever had. People want to make a difference in Bennington, and the folks that I have right now, I think, are dedicated. To have the new officers coming in 5 days a week has really boosted morale, and to see some of the applications and some of the people that have to be interviewed to get ready for the next academy class, because it's too late now to send them to the class, it's inspiring, and I think that people are happy. They're happy with their 12-hour shifts that they're working. So we've brought about a lot of change at the police department, and I think that our program, our wellness program, the officers are proud of the fact, that they're looked after, and that we meet with them after incidents and talk to them about things, and we just not move on to the next. So again, a lot of positive change. I think that, again, I'll say it one more time, I think the folks that are there now are happy about being there. And I think we can only build on that now.
So my only comment to that is that there might be some savings in overtime in fiscal '27 if you're on track to spend the 240 in '26, because you're going to be better staffed for the 12 months of '27 when you've been understaffed for half of '26, and you're likely to not have those bodies on the street yet, or all of them.
But that's not entirely true. I mean, we originally asked for about 300,000, and after sitting down and looking at this, and we needed to, we settled on the number of 240,000. Don't forget that this is how we pay people when they work 12 hours on a holiday. They're getting overtime.
Sure.
When they go to court, they're getting a minimum mandatory call-out through the working agreement. If someone calls in sick, we're running minimum staffing right now, which is 3 officers. For example, today when I was at the office, I was like, why is so-and-so here? Well, so-and-so isn't feeling well. We do have flu running through the office right now. So, I mean, you kind of need to make sure you have that. And then there's additional money in here, not in addition to that 240 that we're requesting. There's additional money in here when you have a Bennington Battle Day Parade, as an example, and everyone is required to come in and work 4 or 4.5 hours. It's costly.
Sure.
We agree to shut the streets down in Bennington. We agree to shut down Main Street when people ask, and that requires officers, for special events. A lot of my folks are still volunteering, but, we're asked to do a lot of different things, and I don't think it can be less than 240. I think, Melissa had, we met in Melissa's office, we looked at this, and we, just because we have, just because we're getting more bodies doesn't mean that the overtime is going to go away, because that overtime, again, pays for a lot of things that is absolutely necessary. So to cut it less than $240,000, I can't agree with you on that.
I think that's a good explanation, and I appreciate that. We're going to be looking at overtime because we budget that way, not because we're always understaffed, but because we actually budget that way for some reasons.
Right.
Things like 12-hour shifts on a holiday, sick time. Do we budget dark time at all? I'm
Dark
looking at
time?
Melissa. Dark time, yeah.
I don't know what that is.
That is a position that's budgeted but not likely to be filled.
So right now, we should have 28 police officers. In this budget, we asked for 26, so we made some modifications, and I can't say we, because I got to give credit to Melissa for that, Ms. Currier for that. We kind of took a look, and we're taking the risk of cutting in other areas of the administrative section of this budget, as far as FICA and health insurance and things like that, that perhaps we may not be able to fill those positions, or we're going to hire somebody that's young enough to stay on their parents' insurance and not take insurance from the town of Bennington, right? So, and it really is, it's not, it's not a secret. If we hire someone that is a little bit older and they have a family, their health insurance goes from, we're just going to use easy numbers, right? Because you go from $11,000 for a health insurance plan to perhaps $25,000 for a health insurance plan because they have a family. We're going to have to make that up somewhere if we get to that point. And I look at the fact that we have 2 opportunities between, we have this opportunity now, and then within fiscal year 2027, we'll have 2 opportunities to put someone through or put people through the academy, right? So I'm confident as of right now. We have 22 positions filled, and if we can fill 4 more law enforcement officer positions, that would be great. And then we'll come back and revisit, because in reality, Ed, even if we had 28 officers, I mean, we should have 4 or 5 officers on the road all the time. Sure. If you look at the tragedy at Brown University Police Department, their minimum staffing was 3. Now it's 5. Okay, they're down to 15 officers. Okay, we're not going to get into the reasons why. But I use Brown as an example. My sister worked there for 33 years, and I asked her, I said, Karen, I said, do you think you'd want to go back to work, go back, get your certification, and go back to work there? I mean, she was devastated when that happened. She wished that she was on duty. But there's also some other shortcomings there, which that's not what this meeting is about. But I'm just trying to give you examples of police departments and where things have gone wrong. Now the chief is on leave down there. I look down in Albany and Troy with their big billboards trying to recruit people and things like that. That's nothing that we're going to do here. But the bottom line is that we're starting to see an improvement with recruiting, and we need to work on the retention piece. And so really that's where we're at. Yes, we have opportunities for officers under what we call 4120, which are extra duty assignments. That doesn't fall into this. There is some confusion from members in the community that when they see a Bennington police officer directing traffic on Northside Drive, that's costing them money. We have that figured out where we're actually making a little bit of money on that. Sure. And to cover all the expenses that are related, the highway safety efforts, all the expenses are covered in that. So there's been a little bit of pushback in this past year where people think that an officer out on highway safety, the taxpayers are paying for that. The taxpayers aren't paying anything. I mean, we get mileage, and things like that. So again, I think that settling on that number of 240,000 is realistic, and it can't go any lower than that.
Thank you. Let me just ask you for my clarity one more time. You got 26 assumed positions filled in this budget.
We have 26 assumed positions filled in this budget for law enforcement, correct? And we currently have 22.
It makes sense that we wouldn't also budget dark time. I'm with you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Clark.
Hi, Chief. Always good to talk to you. I'm missing Cam. But I was looking through all the requests, and I see PAVE has requested some money, but they made a comment about existence of a victim's advocate embedded in the Bennington PD that has been eliminated. And I saw you mention a clinician who responds. Is that position one and the same, or what's going on with that?
So we had funding for a human trafficking case manager. I'll explain this to you. We had funding for a human trafficking case manager. She was with us for about 3 years. That same grant funding comes from Crime Victim Services, where PAVE could also apply for a victim's advocate, okay? PAVE was not successful in their grant, even though we wrote letters of support for them to receive that. And part of it was because we already had a human trafficking case manager within the Bennington Police Department. Our human trafficking case manager has moved on. Just yesterday, the Fed sent out an email indicating that funds were available for human trafficking case managers. Right now, we have not figured any of that in there. The human trafficking case manager funding, which you would see on the front side, and then it would come in as revenue on the back side, is not in our budget. Again, that person has moved on, and at this point, what we found, Clark, quite honestly, it was a successful program, but our human trafficking case manager, we were told, was going to work the southern part of the state. And what was happening was she was being sent up to Barry, Bennington. I don't mind going to Rutland or Brattleboro or Springfield, but it was a match, right? It was a match grant, and we had to match 25%. So in kind, right? It wasn't so much money, but it got to the point where she's a great person. She found a position doing something else where she wasn't having to drive to Bennington, get in the car, drive all the way to Barry, drive back to Bennington at the end of the day, and then drive an hour home, right? So she's not with us anymore, and PAVE is actually, when the grant funding becomes available, again, they can apply for that grant position, because we won't have that position within the police department. So people in Bennington will still be receiving resources if PAVE is successful. I've not seen what you have in front of you, but I can tell you that that funding, now that we don't have the victims or the case manager in Bennington, PAVE could apply for a position, and hopefully they would be successul. The reason why we were turned down, although I support PAVE in all of their efforts, was because we were already using crime victim funds for our position, and they weren't going to give money for two positions in Bennington.
Isn't their asks for using the term victim advocate and PD, what I'm hearing you saying that is for human trafficking issue.
Right.
So that's what a disconnect. Do they want to be the same, or?
No, it's two different things. As far as having a victims advocate embedded into the police department, quite honestly, Clark, I don't have any knowledge of them. We did at one point years ago. I was not the chief then. But we did have a victims advocate embedded into the police department. As far as putting another person into the police department, I don't have any knowledge of that right now.
Well, I'll give you a copy and take a look at this
Okay.
later on, but it was confusing me. I remember just many discussions about crises clinicians responding and getting involved with the PD's operations, and then they would ask for data about victims advocacy, and they would I don't remember that timeline.
So in the past, the position that I think that you're just talking about, again, I have not been given any paperwork on this. In the past, it's been funding, federal funding dispersed through the state, and they had an office space and things like that within our office. I mean, we do have a high volume of domestic situations in Bennington. I think our state's attorney, if she was here, she would tell you the same thing. We have programs that we're involved in with PAVE. We have QR codes where we can upload information so that PAVE can follow up with victims of domestic violence, both male and female. I guess I'd like to read a little bit more about that before I say too much more, but I was not provided with anything about funding or a request for funding so that they can put an advocate in our office. You're welcome.
Jackie?
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
I think we'll I'm going to hold some questions I have about some of the trainings and stuff until we get there, but I wanted to just start with an observation. I noticed in the budget, the increase for salary and wages is about the same as the police department's total increase for this year, which says to me that the remainder of the police department's budget is level funded. That's just extraordinary to me. I think we're kind of all on the same team here. We've got costs with the fire department. We've got costs that I'm expecting we'll hear about with the highway department. But I just want to recognize the amount of work and all the choices that had to go into an otherwise level-funded police budget, and really express some gratitude there. And I hope next year we can get that shiny new drone and side-by-side that we weren't able to fit in this year.
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm not done. But, just kidding. Just kidding. But we'll, I was going to just briefly touch on that and let you know that, it's a hard thought process because I think, Jackie, the police department is asked to do more with less. And it goes right back to Sarah's question earlier, with the fire department, about moving forward and being prepared and things of that nature. And we're not going to talk about the side-by-side because right now that's out. And I'm tired of fundraising, to be honest with you. And I told Mr. Monks this. I'm sure if we put it out there, maybe some people would come forward if they understood, and we could get part of that money. But all these new trails in Bennington, are great. People are using them, which I think is absolutely amazing. But we can't drive a car on them to check them, and that was one of the reasons why we were looking for the side-by-side and the community events. Have an overwatch of community events and things like that, I think is important, especially in the world that we live in today. And I don't want to hear, well, it's Bennington, because we've seen bad things happen in Bennington, but we see a lot of positive things happen in Bennington as well, okay? So we understand that we can't have everything that we ask for, but at the same time, I don't want to hold back our progress. One of the things that we hear from people that we interview towards the end when we ask them what questions they have of us, they ask about special equipment and things of that nature, and we tell them, it takes a little while for a new person to be able to utilize some of that special equipment, but we'll when we get to it, we'll talk about what the future looks like with some special equipment. So I'm optimistic to get through to the taxpayers taking a look at this. I'm confident that they'll approve our budget combined, but there are some things that are a little disappointing. But at the same time, we have to do what's right. And other than the salary line, you're right. I mean, we're pretty much level funded. We gave up some money in some of our lines, you all want us to go out and be involved in the community. Well, we had to make some minor cuts there, because to be honest with you folks, we shouldn't have to go out and beg people at Hannaford and Price Chopper to give us hot dogs and rolls and go to Walmart and ask them for things all the time. One of these days I'm going to go into Walmart and the manager's going to say, out, before I even get there, And I don't think she would actually, or Hannaford or Price Chopper. They're very supportive of what we do. But it's tough. I mean, you look at the turnouts that we're having at Bennington Night Out. It just continues to grow and grow and grow. And I know Cam's not here, but it's one of his favorite nights, when he's on the grill and the fire department comes, Public Works is there. It's just a great night all the way around. And, heck, we're going to do our best to buy our own popcorn machine this year. Not cotton candy, though, because we have Sarah for that. And no one makes cotton candy like Sarah Perrin and her husband. So one of these days, I am going to put on the old jacket, and I'm going to make some of that popcorn myself and his little thing there. But I've seen the oil burns, and I'm scared. But with that being said, we're asked to do all of these things in the community, and a lot of my folks are volunteering for that, right? And we just don't really see that around the state of Vermont or in law enforcement in general anymore, right? So I'm proud of my people. I'm proud of what they do, and I think, though, that we really do have to be fiscally responsible. And so if we made some cuts, we made some cuts, and but we're going to come right back at you. So just be prepared. Like a good scout, be prepared.
Anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry. Back to Ed.
If I could have one follow-up question.
Yep.
Do you know the cost to onboard a new police officer separate from compensation?
Separate from compensation?
Yeah, forget the compensation because that's budgeted. What is the cost to onboard a new police officer?
Well, when you stop and you look at the equipment that they need to get out on the road, it's upwards of about, believe it or not, it's upwards of about $4,500. And if we went line for line, I could show that to you in here. Just because of everything that they need. And I'm going to tell you, we just put in our uniform order for fiscal year 2026, and I mean, a pair of pants is $85. I mean, I can't. It just blows my mind at the cost of things.
That's sort of part of the upfront cost that you're faced with.
Yeah, I mean, you have to buy a couple of pairs of pants the first year. You're looking at a 3-season jacket that we just bought for Marissa was $400. I mean, it's not, I mean, you can't just go down to the local sporting goods store and say, oh, here, here's your $79 jacket, hope it works out.
Yeah, no.
We've got reflective piping, we've got, that's just the jacket. Never mind the liner that we have to put in it, right? Yep. So, and body armor is between $1,200 and $1,300 now. Which we issue to everybody. So it's expensive to onboard somebody. And let's talk about the physical and the back screening. And now, in order to go to the academy, we have to have some blood work before we go to the academy. And the town of Bennington's footing the bill, for all of this. That's why recruiting is not just the answer. We need to find a way to retain people, because after you spend all this money, for somebody like me who has I'm embarrassed to tell you that I have a 28-inch, or I would go 29, a 29-inch inseam. There's not a lot of folks that have that. So then what do you do with those pants when somebody leaves that has a shorter inseam? Or I think about a couple of my taller folks who we get their pants unhemmed, and then we bring them someplace local so that they can be hemmed, right? It's like buying, and I don't wear Danskos, clogs, but I can tell you that I made the mistake of trying to buy those for my wife for Christmas, and because I looked at the one that she had and it said 36 on the bottom, and I didn't realize that Danskos were all hand stapled, and you might need a 36, you might need a 37, because it just depends on the person that's stapling, right? Well, I think that happens with police uniforms too, right? You just don't know who's sewing it, and she didn't wear them, so they took it back, but that's not the point. I'm just trying to explain to you that outfitting someone, getting them there, $450 for a polygraph, which is absolutely mandatory, and we want to know.
Sure, of course.
We want to know, if someone's going to, stutter or implode on a polygraph, right? Because that's not somebody that we would want working for us. So, it's very costly to get someone to the point where they can go to the academy, and then that $4,500 worth of equipment that they need is expensive. We used used to think, oh my, $100 for a pair of boots. Now it's like $200 for a pair of boots. Oh my, you know. And then the folks that are on the road all the time, you know, walking through debris at car crashes and running through fields and chasing people and whatever, you know, when they wreck their boots. And you know, that's why, you know, in the budget, the working agreement says they get a pair of boots every year because you wear them out.
Sure.
You know, when you're wearing them, you know, 4 or 5, sometimes 6 days a week. So expensive is the key word to bring somebody on, and that's why retaining people is most important.
So I heard you say 4,500. That was for just one part of the investment, right?
Right.
It's got a pretty high price tag to bring people on. Do we pay people while they're in training?
Oh, absolutely.
And it comes right out of your operating budget, like they were actively on the street working for you.
Right. I mean, they also, you know, if they're not young enough to be on their parents' insurance, or they,
Sure.
You know, there's health insurance costs, there's disability cost. You know, I mean, there's just a lot of expense on, you know, in bringing someone on, and I just. You know, and I think, you know, for us, you know, we budget that, and then we hope for the best.
So my line of questioning was to zero in on how well you guys know the budget, and you passed, absolutely passed. You did a great job putting this together. I'm going to support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I need to excuse myself for a minute, so I apologize.
Okay. Clark, did I see your hand?
No, I have some questions that we progress through at this point.
Okay. Anyone else? Sarah?
Yeah, so you mentioned retention quite a few times, and I think most people, well, I'm just going to, you know, sometimes money is not enough to keep people. And with that in mind, what are the plans for retention?
So, that's a great question. Some of the other things that we see, and I just want to lay the foundation for this, no pun intended. You know, I've been trying to work with, we were working with Stuart, for example, on a training facility, not for dogs, but for the officers. We were audited by the Vermont Police Academy. We did very well. But one of the big questions was reality-based training, as well as scenario-based training. And, you know, when you have a facility, or you are actually able to train on a regular basis, that's important. So we'll continue to work towards trying to find the funding to erect a training building over by our Isaac facility, where RJ and his crew are doing amazing work. That's one of our thought processes in making sure that we have the best equipment. Those are questions that come from folks that we're interviewing. They want to know what kind of body armor we're issuing. They want to know what kind of sidearms we're issuing. You guys have tasers here? You know, because they want to be able to make sure that they have the means to protect themselves and others. And so those are some of the things, Sarah, that we look at to make sure that we have in place, so that when we bring new people on, you know, we can answer all of those questions and show people what we have. If people do really well, for example, in an interview, and there's a break between that interview and the next interview, we bring them on a tour of our facility. We're proud of our building. As an example, we're proud of our police cars, you know, and the equipment we have. When I first came on the police department, you know, the new guy drove the worst car ever. And we had a car with on the passenger seat, by the passenger seat in the floor, there was a rust hole, and if you went through a puddle on a rainy day, water would come up through the hole. You know, the chief at the time would, you know, we had those old bubble gum. Yes, I've been here that long. We had those old bubble gum machine lights that just kind of did the little spin. We had one light bar on a cruiser, right? And everybody fought to drive that car because they wanted the light bar. And now we look at it, it's a safety issue. I mean, you have to have adequate lighting so that people are safe. So we do get a lot of questions about that, and I think that we're definitely we're on the right track there, and we're going to continue to work towards some other things to draw people to us.
Jim, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was debating whether or not to ask this because it's a little bit forward-looking rather than budget, but I think I can put it in context of the budget. So without giving away your negotiating positions of future agreements with the union, though, does your budget as it's constructed, to what extent does it contemplate being competitive with some of the departments that you were referencing at the beginning of your presentation, where you inferred you're at a competitive disadvantage with Manchester and Rutland? Are we trying to get so that we're at least competitive with those departments?
That is the word, sir, competitive. We are, this budget brings us to where other agencies are currently, and makes the Bennington Police Department more desirable. You can go and find out how much work we do compared to other agencies. Nowadays, we have people that call and say, "Can I have a copy of your working agreement?" And it's like, but it's a public document, right? We can't deny that. And if you're smart, you get working agreements and you compare them, to see where you're at. So this budget does make us competitive and where we need to be. We're not a department with a ski mountain in our backyard. I mean, we're not able to hand out ski passes to our folks like some departments do. But I don't know. We'll come up with something. No, but
we got a nice bike path network developed.
Yeah, nice bike path, and get yourself certified. I mean, we just did. As an example, that's. I don't even mind talking about this. That we just had 2 officers complete bicycle patrol school up in Rutland with the Rutland City Police Department. They brought us in with open arms. While they were there, they gathered some intel about how they're doing it, and we're working it, right? So it wasn't like we went there to be a mole or a spy or whatever. But the funny part about it is that. We do have some great bike paths. We have things that you can do here, and I'm sorry, I kind of was joking about the ski passes, although real. I would never come to you and say, "Hey, can we buy ski passes for everybody?" Because I just wouldn't do that. But the bottom line is that we do have things that we can offer people here. So again, I think that we're starting to turn the corner on this, and this budget will definitely help us get to where we need to be.
Nancy?
I had a couple questions. Community police officers, but are you going to talk about that going forward or no?
As far as?
I didn't know. Well, when a community police officer is out around town, walking or on a bike, do they carry anything with themselves where they can defend themselves and others, or they have nothing at all?
Well, the officers that are on the bicycles are actually level 3 sworn law enforcement officers. When those guys, the 2 officers that went up to Rutland and then to Killington to get their certifications, because you do have to be certified.
So community police officer is either going to be walking or in a car?
So the community officer, for example, Larry Cole's position, they are no longer sworn officers. They respond. Larry Cole, as an example, has a background in crisis negotiation, and he is out and about, and he knows that, as an example, that he's not to respond to any situation that's dangerous until a fully sworn law enforcement officer arrives on the scene. although it does seem that, people get more upset about getting a parking ticket than a speeding ticket nowadays. No, there's no weapons or anything like that involved.
So they don't have anything with them?
No.
Okay.
They have no law enforcement authority as far as using any of that type of equipment, and so the short answer is no.
That concerns me. I think personally, if we're going to be paying someone, it says police on their shirt, I think there should be a regular officer.
Okay. So let's address that.
Well, it's a lot of public relations.
Larry's, the clothing that our community officer is wearing, nothing says that he is the police. He does not run blue lights to get to scenes. His jacket says, I think it says community response or community resource officer is what it says. It doesn't say that he's a law enforcement officer. It's no different than the folks that we have assigned to us from United Counseling Service. It says on their jackets it's crisis response. So he does not identify as a law enforcement officer. No different than our animal control officer. It doesn't say anything about police. It just says ACO, which means animal control officer. And so there's a difference. The crisis clinician, animal control right now, and our community resource specialist is. I'm sorry, I did use the word officer. I want to correct myself on that. CRS, Community Resource Specialist. And he goes and as you guys know, he provides information to folks that may need some guidance or may need information on where to go to get some assistance from the state or what have you, but does respond to domestic disputes, waits for an officer, uses de-escalation techniques, and does help the officers out when need be. So is involved, but just does not carry a weapon.
Anyone else? Okay. Anyone from the community have anything for the chief? Okay.
Kate Koss, Bennington. My questions are really in the interest of CPARB. I'm the chair of CPARB, so please let me know if there's a question that I'm asking that's out of order, since we seem to be jumping around, okay? In terms of, because we're reliant on the police department for high-level analysis and for the training of members. So I just want to address the issue of analysis, because I think that's where we are, correct? So I wondered if the analyst position that was okayed in last year's budget, as I understand it, is still in play. Because there are some elements of our resolution that we're not, as members, able to do. And so we would rely on that individual within the police department for that. So I wondered if whoever is appropriate, the chief or you guys, whether or not that's still in the budget, still being recruited for.
So this has been a topic of conversation, and we do have the analyst position here in the budget for fiscal year 2027. We did not fill that position as of yet. There were questions about the number of positions that the town had in general. So the analyst position still is in play, as you said. We have created a job description for that, and if we're going to continue on with just filling the 26 officer positions instead of 28. That position is here, and we can move forward with that at some point this spring.
Wonderful, wonderful, thank you. My other questions are regarding training, and I don't think we're there yet, correct? Right, is that correct? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Clerk.
Hi, Chief. Again, I was looking here, you talked about police equipment. Have we gotten to that, or is that just something we can jump into?
We haven't gotten there yet because I guess I talk too much. I mean, we can jump to that. I just want to make sure, after all of the questions about buildings and grounds, I want you all to understand that on 417810 under police buildings, police building improvements, if you look at that, there is $49,000. We also have a roof issue at the police department, and of course that issue comes into my office, and some days it does not make me happy, and but we know that the hatch to get up onto the roof, because we've done quite a bit of roof repair at the police department, that the roof hatch needs to be replaced because the water is leaking in around that. And also, if you've been to meet with me, as some of you have, on a cold, windy day, you can watch the curtains move anywhere from literally 2 to maybe 6 or 7 inches because the windows need to be replaced. So we are definitely looking forward to that. I think it's going to be something that everyone will enjoy when you come to visit me in the conference room. If we can simply, we've replaced some windows, but not all of them. And it's not just the windows. It's repairing and replacing window sills, and based on the console issue at the police department, we were not able to use capital reserve. We had to use that for the consoles. So we did, under building improvements, to replace 6 windows along the front side of the building. They're not your standard windows. I mean, they're $3,200 a piece. Replacing the sills and to install the windows is another $15,000. And and that roof hatch, the quote for that is $8,000, which gets us to the $49,000 mark. Again, a beautiful facility, but we're taking on water, and we have taken on water in the past where the elevator was fried, and we just can't keep doing this, folks. I mean, the water comes in the supervisor's office, the water comes in the back hallway, the water comes in the chief's office, and the water runs along the boards. I was just up there with Paul Danzero. We were doing a little inspection up there, and the last thing we want to do is have the boards start rotting or whatever because we're taking on water. And so that's that. I don't want to leave here without all of you understanding that we did have a plan for that, but the console kind of put that on hold, so now we have to budget for that. So let's get to the
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Speaking of water, it brought to mind some analysis I did years ago of municipal buildings in Bennington, and one of the things that really stood out was the issue with water in the basement of the police building. Has that been remediated over time?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest with you, I don't have that little machine to ride around on anymore to suck up all the water. I'd show you pictures of that. But we seem to have remediated that. We're not getting water into that control room at this point. That's been fixed. Let's not forget that that's where the brains of our communication system is in that room. So we have worked hard to get that fixed, and we do not have water pouring through the wall anymore, and that's been fixed. So, great question.
I can, a little bit more detail. I would just be a lead lag sump pump system has been put in place, and there's also alarm systems that provide notifications if the water levels are starting to rise before they get to that point of overflowing and flooding out the basement. So those things have been put in. Different years depends on the water tables, obviously. The water table downtown this past summer we didn't have an issue whatsoever with the drought, but other years it gets close. But that's the systems in place to address that, Jim.
So, Clark. Fingers crossed, no water.
Yeah, I find myself going back to the idea of windows, going through that in my own home. In terms of energy efficiency, any look at maybe, again, digging into somebody else's pocket to get more energy efficient windows?
Short answer on that, Clark, was there was a large program, the Municipal Energy Resilience Program, that was offered. Over 40-plus hours of staff work was put in applying for and going through all the steps. We got $0.
Oh. Well, so, thank you for the effort.
That was after your question earlier.
Keep it going.
I just remember that. So, but short answer, there's a lot of programs in the state for low-income homeowners. There's a lot of programs for other things. There's not a lot of programs.
Nothing for low-income towns. Yeah. Thanks, Paul.
Anyone else at this point? Okay, Chief, where do you want to go next?
I just want to get to where you all want to go. Police equipment, right now, I love what they're doing in New York, where they're going to require all police agencies to have body cameras, and we're way ahead of this game. So on 4180-650, that's our lease payment for our body cameras, and we're very proud of the fact that we have up-to-date technology with body cameras. It helps us immensely, and we appreciate the support on that. Our current lease of that equipment, which is a lease purchase payment, is $28,130, and it's a 5-year agreement, with that includes an upgrade in about 2.5 years to new body cameras, with the lease payment not increasing. So we're happy that we were able to work that out. So under 4180-830, under machinery and equipment, proposed this year are the 2 new Ford SUVs, Interceptors, with upfit are about $66,900 a piece, that is something we do each year. We put these cars on a rotation of about 2.5 to 3 years, closer to 3 years. In July of 2026, according to our capital plan, we should be replacing 2 new cruisers, Car 1 and Car 4 should be replaced. I looked at both of them yesterday and looked at the mileage and then did the math. And they'll each have over 100,000 miles on them when we put them up to auction. Our Public Works Director, Mr. Jolly, has been instrumental in getting us what he can when we decide that we no longer want those vehicles in service. And if in fact we have vehicles that are suitable and still in good running condition, we alternate them. Our community resource specialist, for example, drives an old police car without any decals on it that says, police. Our detective division uses them or uses one as well. We maintain one so that we can do transports to Marble Valley Correctional Facility, back and forth. So, there's the cost involved in that. Each year, there are other options, but we continue to maintain our fleet of Fords just because of the price point. Would we love to go to Chevy Tahoes? But as Jackie said, because we did consider it, Cam and I did talk about going with the Chevy Tahoe. I don't think that that would have been as good. I think that Ms. Courier would have jumped all over that because it's an additional cost of about $8,000 just for the vehicle. So you would have been looking at another $16,000, which in the grand scheme of things is not a lot of money. But at the same time, when you have everything that's Ford related, and other than the disastrous hybrids that we bought that were down at the in timeout at the Ford garage when we first got them with all sorts of issues. I think that this is a very good option for us. And again, it's part of the capital plan so we can keep our fleet up and running the way it needs to be. The last piece of machinery and equipment, this line also includes the purchase under a 5-year contract of electronic control devices. We've had our electronic control devices now for a total of 9 years. We've had a lot of success with our electronic control devices, and we are looking at what we're proposing is the Taser 10, which was just released 2 years ago. We probably should have come to you a year ago. Our current X26 tasers are starting to fail. And when you send them back for repair, they come back engraved for training purposes only, because the Axon is not putting any money into them. So you're going to say, Clark's going to say, Chief, why the Taser 10? And the Taser 10 is, I'm not going to say it's the latest and greatest, because that's not fair, but the Taser 10 as compared to the X26, where are we at? The X26, you have to be within 20 feet. There's not a lot of room to de-escalate. The Taser 10 will allow 40 to 45 feet of de-escalation space between someone who is out of control or having some type of issue and not responsive to de-escalation techniques, and will give the officer distance. Time and distance is what we're looking for. We would prefer to use these Axon taser devices instead of lethal force, just like any other law enforcement agency. Vermont has more shootings now than we ever have. The chief in Ludlow just had to use deadly force over the holiday break here. And Chief Warfel is a very, very good law enforcement officer, just became the chief not that long ago. It's unfortunate, but I'm not saying a taser was the answer based on what I'm hearing on WCAX. It sounds like he did the right thing. We try not to use lethal force. And these electronic control devices are important. So what's the difference? The X26 fires 2 probes, and then you have to reload. The 10 will allow 10 individual probes to be fired if necessary, and make that connection to get that that neuromuscular incapacitation, which is what we're looking for, so that we can take somebody into custody. The accuracy has improved. There's on the Taser 10, it has a 1,000 lumen pulsing light. The Taser 10 actually gives voice command to an individual that it's pointed at. The Taser 10 is safer than previous models, and it seems to be very reliable. Jason Burnham, who's our Axon certified TASER instructor, he and I spent a lot of time looking at the TASER 10. We spent a lot of time talking with the representative from Axon, and I mean, this is a very significant leap in less than lethal use of force technology, and it is something that we looked at, and we would like to go forward with this. It is a 5-year buy-in. It's basically a lease-to-own type thing. But in addition to that, we also had at one point in our budget, after the review with the Vermont Police Academy staff, they wanted to talk about scenario-based training and virtual reality training. We had put in a separate part of our budget this virtual reality training, and we actually were able to get a headset and do some virtual reality training at the office and bring in different officers to see what they thought. And so I went down and tried it myself, and geez, it was a lot more realistic than I thought it was going to be. But for an older guy like me, who wants to move around all the time, banging my knee off Jason Burnham's desk was not the best. And but the bottom line is with this bundle package, Axon will supply us with the tools that we need for virtual reality training. And you get TASER devices. The current pistol that we carry is a Glock. You receive a Glock for virtual reality training, and you have to make decisions. There's lots of scenarios built into this. It's a library of scenarios, and we can set this up in I almost said the basement, on the first floor of the police department, where we can do virtual reality training by pulling people off of a shift when time permits, and doing training like that. And if we are successful at some point with putting up a shell for a building, we can do virtual reality training and scenario-based training using this equipment. So really it's twofold. And at the time we put this budget together, I don't think that we made the change. At the time we put this budget together, we were looking at a yearly payment to Axon of, let me just get to it, it was going to be like $33,000 a year. Again, it's their lease payments, and we called them the week of Christmas and said that, straight up, we called them the week of Christmas and said that we were getting ready to present the budget, and I thought that their price was too high, and I asked them for a coupon code or something, because that's what we've reduced ourselves to, is looking for a different way. And I don't know, I don't know. I went line for line on this, and they came back with a new proposal. So we're actually going to cut that, and we're actually going to cut that payment. It's going to go from $33,000 to $29,000. And again, I went line for line and made sure that we were getting the same equipment. We worked hard with sample virtual reality equipment and looking at the different models of electronic control devices, and so no one can say, hey, the chief just spends money willy-nilly. I mean, we did go back and forth on this, and I felt like I was buying a car, and actually this would have been an RV. But the bottom line is we were able to save over the 5 years that we'll be making the payments. We were able to save just shy of $25,000 by going back and forth with these folks and getting them to understand that, we're just a small municipality. This isn't Boston PD or LA or, where they have oodles and oodles of money, and they understood. So we're happy about that. So that's actually going to shave about, as I said, about $4,000 out of the machinery and equipment line. Again, in the grand scheme of things, not a lot of money, but it certainly does make a difference in the long run. As Jackie said, we tried to do our best to keep things level. I'm not asking to put that money anyplace else, but because we did cut some lines to try to accommodate the virtual reality training equipment and the electronic control device equipment. So.
And I'll say that for those who do say that the chief spends money willy-nilly, I hear from a lot of folks around the town office that you are very, very frugal and and that you do negotiate a good deal. So I think the public needs to know that. Clark, I saw your hand first, and then I see Jim and Ed.
Sure. Hi, Chief, a couple of questions here. I need clarification. You mentioned these electronic control devices, and then I heard you mention this virtual reality training, and you mentioned that our officers carry Glocks. So I was a little confused. The training scenario, is it with firearms or with the control device?
Both.
Okay, and my thought was, and unfortunately I've heard about people grabbing their pistol thinking they grabbed their electronic control device. So I was just confused as to
right.
this training.
The reason
like
why
that.
the virtual reality training would include decision making on what to use. Are we using our Glock 45 pistol, or are we going with the Taser 10 to neutralize a threat? So again, that's where the virtual reality training comes in, and you have these training props that are available. So what you do is you report to Axon what type of firearm you're carrying, and as well as for example, the Taser 10, and you receive the virtual reality equipment based on exactly what you're carrying for firearm, Taser, and again, it's scenario based. So with that, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but there is a.
I have all day, Chief.
Okay. There is a whole library of things that come with the Axon virtual reality community engagement training. And this is all part of our deal with Axon. Combative subject, people with bipolar, autism, Alzheimer's, domestic violence, people that are hard of hearing, crisis, traffic stops, peer intervention with homelessness, and things like that. I mean, there's a whole list.
Sure. What my concern is in the heat of the moment, as part of this training, to make sure the officer is certain what device they are reaching for. As I said, I've heard events where officers say, "Oh, I thought I was reaching for my Taser," when in fact it was their service weapon. So this training scenario, I'm just trying to get through my head to make it quite clear that there's ingrained in the training the officer, almost like muscle memory. Don't do this if you're thinking this. Stay away from the idea of service weapon versus your Taser. How you can make sure that difference is part of the training.
Yes. So over the last 9 years, the electronic control devices are carried on one side and the firearms are carried on the other. Now with external carriers, a lot of the officers have moved their holster for their electronic control device up onto their vest. So you definitely know what tool you're using. And I know exactly what you're talking about. You do hear about it. They're rare. It happened in Minnesota. I understand that, but we're in a situation where Jason Burnham's an excellent instructor, and we'll continue to train like we have over the last 9 years with proper placement so that you know which tool is where.
Okay, great. And my last one, and I think, I've had this discussion in the past, in terms of the vehicles, one of the things I'm impressed with a lot of the places I've been is high visibility paint jobs or markings on patrol vehicles. And in our town here, not that I encounter your officers a lot, but sometimes I say, oh, gee, that's a police car. It didn't even click my mind, it's a police car. And we talk about community policing or awareness, safety. And in my mind, somebody seeing a high visibility police car, they remember, hey, there was an officer just here, or there's an officer coming down the road. Things like that imprint on people's mind that there is a police presence. And I was hoping that maybe we can have 1 or 2 of your patrol vehicles that actually have high-vis markings to make it more apparent there is a police presence. And I realize maybe there's a cost associated with that, but in all honesty, sometimes I don't even know your cars are police cars.
So for the most part, all of our frontline vehicles, not for the most part, all of our frontline vehicles are fully marked. And it costs us a little more money to mark them because we have reflective markings on them, especially at night. You pull off your street and a police car is going by, your headlights light up that police car, poof, it shines. The 2 newest cars, maybe you've not seen them yet, have lights on the back deck, the back latch, word I'm looking for. Anyway, they moved, Ford has moved those lights so that when you step on the brakes, the bright red lights come on. So it's funny that you asked that. And back in the day, you always kind of wanted to be, they always talked about, oh, you want to have unmarked cars doing traffic enforcement and things like that. Yeah, it's fun to do traffic enforcement in an unmarked car. But when you see it, when you're up on 279 and you see a gray Ford Explorer coming at you that doesn't have a roof rack, I'll give you a little secret. If it doesn't have a roof rack, it's probably a police car, because we don't pay for all that extra stuff that the regular person purchases when they buy a Ford Explorer. And then the newer cars, we've switched over to e-ticket, and right now the printer is in the armrest. It's terrible, terrible, terrible placement. In the new cars, the printers are going to be able to go right up front and be able to print tickets right from the console there. So a lot of changes in the newer cars, and it's definitely something that I agree with you. Back in the day, we used to have the Bennington battle flags down the sides of the car. Everybody loved it, but it got expensive.
Sure.
To put decals on a car now, it's almost $1,000 per vehicle, and that's why a lot of state police agencies don't put decals on their cars. Drive up and down the New York Thruway, not all those cars are marked. A lot of them are unmarked.
Sure.
Same in New Hampshire. So I'm not a fan of ghost graphics. I know that, for those of you that don't know, some police agencies are putting the decals on the side of the car reflective, and the only way you know they're a police car is if lights hit the side of the car. I'm not a fan of that. We're supposed to be going through neighborhoods, people are supposed to be able to see us, and we're supposed to be deterring crime or making people feel comfortable knowing that the police have been up and down their road, right? So again, so all the frontline cars are marked, their canine vehicles are marked. Heck, our canine cars have the dogs' names on the back. So didn't cost us anything. So I understand your point, but at the same time, we do put the decals on the car, and people should recognize them as police vehicles. A lot of times, what people don't realize is that back in the day, police vehicles, we went from bubblegum tops to full-blown light bars that on some vehicles looked like airplane wings, to now the recommendation is internal light bars, one, protection from the weather, right? Two, when you get a heavy, wet, sticky snow, you're not out there using a scraper and scraping plastic, to clean the light bar. Now everything is controlled internally, and all the lights are on the inside of the car, pretty much. That's just how we do things now. It's much safer for the officer.
I appreciate it. It's just that in my travels, as folks are aware, I roam around the country and the world, and I'm impressed with the fact that the high visibility police presence, even, it's no doubt in your mind a police officer is in the neighborhood or just passed through. And I know here in town there's concerns about police presence, or they're never around, you need them. Of course, doesn't matter if the cars were polka dot red, probably hear the same thing. But I just think one or two high visibility patrol vehicles might be a better presence in the community for awareness of police services. But that's, again, we have that discussion, I think, almost every year, don't we?
We do. Another thing that came up this year, and as a new town manager, I know he would say no, so I didn't even ask, but one of my colleagues from the state of Massachusetts had one of their cars decorated with the Grinch. It was their highway safety car. And I thought surely that would not go over well here in Bennington, although I did consider it. It did say Merry Grinchmas on it, and it did say traffic safety. Although funny, not everybody thinks it's funny to get a traffic ticket, right? So, but when we had our cancer awareness car, that car caught a lot of attention, and we left the pink and light blue decals on that for quite a while. You're always looking for ways for your cars to stand out and be impressive. But again, the more decals, the more expensive it is. So
that's why I mentioned a limited number. I'm not saying your entire fleet should be, but one or two, in my mind, high visibility patrol vehicles, even in terms of community outreach, parking them by the school, dealing with the kids, those bright colors imprint on their mind. Hey, the officers are around.
Yeah.
But, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Jim, then Ed, then Jackie, then, okay.
Okay, out of a quick question related to vehicles, whatever they look like. I seem to recall reading that one of the big causes, or a significant cause anyway, of wear and tear on police vehicles is the amount of idle time that they're subjected to, because they have to be running constantly during long stops because of keeping the lights and the communication equipment on. And I seem to remember that there's something called like a power bar that some departments use in their vehicles that are basically high-capacity batteries that let the electronic equipment run while the vehicle shut off. That maybe save some wear and tear on the vehicle, and maybe you could get a little more use out of a vehicle. Have you ever looked at that?
Well, that's one of the reasons why we looked at hybrid vehicles here, and then it just honestly, as much as you can go back through the records. I don't want to talk about hybrid vehicles, though, because I've heard of your bad experience with that. And you're lucky I'm not pushing you to get Tesla Model X's, I guess. But just like in your vehicles that you have now and the ones that have been working for you, have you ever looked at any of this anti-idling technology? Honestly, I have not. I would have to. We're pretty much buying vehicles that the fleet dealers order them. They have to be the right color. Like last year, as an example, we saved money, just a little bit of money, and we bought leftovers. But I don't know. I honestly don't know if that's an option. And I'll tell you, I'll write it down, and in 2 weeks I'll give them a call and see if that technology is available. There's certain technology that has changed with the Ford vehicles. For the better. Again, they are no longer recommending hybrid vehicles as frontline cars, but we will take a serious look and see.
Yeah, the power bar is just an add-on. It's something that basically, if you have the space for it, sits in the back of the vehicle that allows the electronics to run off of that instead of the main vehicle battery. That's all. Thanks.
Ed?
Thank you. A couple of questions from two different areas on the budget. Chief, is there a value at the end of the lease life for the equipment that you referenced that you're paying a lease on? So you have a 5-year package on body cam equipment. Is that equipment of no value at the end of the lease? Do we own it? Do we give it back? Or are we always going to be leasing?
We
so
own
it's
it,
a lease
and
to
then we
own.
would, like when this lease runs out in 5 years, it seems like we would get a break for a couple years, before we had to do something else. Because, like, don't forget what I said, at the 3-year mark, we're going to get new cameras. So we might get, a year or two beyond, and we might be able to skip a payment or two, but we would definitely own those. What we generally find, honestly, is departments that are getting new body cameras, a chief will send out an email and say, does anybody have an interest in this? Because they don't want to throw them away.
Sure.
But they don't last forever. The good news is with the ones that we have now, we're able to change batteries, right? So on a 12-hour shift, we have extra batteries. So at about the 8-hour mark or 9-hour mark, you can go down, you can change the battery. The former body cameras that we had, when the battery just kept failing, there was just no way to replace the battery. It was just done. And so we're hoping that with the Motorola solutions and the cameras that we have now, we'll get a little more life out of them. As you know, technology and improvements have increased, and so those won't have any value. And I anticipated this question. There are some companies out there right now that will buy, for example, our Axon electronic control devices. And as of yesterday, Jason Burnham and I looked it up, just in case this question came up. And our current electronic control devices are worth anywhere from $60 to $200. So not a lot of money.
Yep.
And the ones that we have, I think we have 3 now that are engraved, training purposes only. We would save those as props so that we can do realistic training. So.
So on that note, I would just encourage you to use the down years as, so there's going to be a couple years at the end of that particular program where there's no lease payment. I would encourage you to reserve the payment in those budgets anyway, so that we're not looking at a big jump the year that you have to start over again. Or, budgeting year over year is it's a good way to illustrate, good budgeting. The expense is always there. Whether you need to pay it this year or not is a different story. So back to the people resources, and I know you're going to say, when is he going to get off this topic, but I'm still drilling, and I'm sorry. What's the average new hire salary for a police officer joining the force?
Currently, not in the budget that I'm proposing to you. Currently, when we take a look at this, we're on a step system per the working agreement. In looking at this at a step 3, which basically would be someone that's coming on board with us, getting through the academy, so on and so forth, is right around $60,000 in salary. And then, and then you would go from that to, currently proposed to you would be approximately 68, so that we can get up and be comparable with other communities.
Gotcha. So my last comment on that is that you're 121,000 over next year because of some really good things that are not good that you've explained well. I'm wondering, and I'm back to dark time, if you have 4 positions that are open right now, what's the likelihood that all 4 is going to be fully staffed starting July 1st of 26? There's a chance that you're going to be at less than 26. One of the ways that you could balance this budget is to budget dark time for 2 of those 4, and you'd be at 0 increase.
Yeah, no. So I'm not going to agree with you on that because my goal and Lieutenant Grandy's goal is to get those 4 positions filled. Again, we're starting to see more applications. We're sending more people for testing, and now that you've explained your dark time analysis, that's great, but I'm not going to agree with that because I think that we're going to find that interest. And when we find that interest, I don't want to have to turn people away because we use that to budget someplace else. Because we've already removed 2 dark time positions. Again, we budgeted for 26 officers in this upcoming 2027 budget instead of the 28. So if you ask me to take away 2 more, now that's 4.
Well, I'm really wordsmithing with you. I'm not suggesting that you not hire those last 2 that show up qualified and ready to go to work. I'm suggesting that it's a more true year-over-year picture. If you're confident that you've got 4 people that are or there will likely be 4 more people than there are now fully staffed up and running on July 1st and will stay for the whole 52 weeks, I don't disagree with you. What
I'm saying to you is, I'm not saying by July 1st, but within fiscal year 2027, right? So by the time June 30th of 2027 comes and goes, I'm going to have the opportunity to have 2 additional academy classes, right? So that to me means that if I can find 2 people for the fall and 2 people for the spring, then I'm going to be up to staff at 26. So going dark, as you say, is not in our best interest.
We probably disagree just on the way we budget, but that's okay. I'm with you,
but we're budgeting public safety. You're budgeting something else, sir. And you and I, we get along just fine. But
but maybe not after this conversation.
I'm definitely not going dark.
I hear you.
I'll jump up and down. I can't. We've given up 2 already. And
I'm going to stop, Paul, because I'm not suggesting that you need to do it, and I wouldn't discourage. We don't want dark positions. We absolutely don't. There is likelihood that there will be, and it will be a truer budget to the public. And when the 3rd and 4th person surface, we of course have budgeted for them. So we're not going to turn them away. But it's just a different way to look at the management of it.
But please don't forget what I already told you, right? We've already gone dark. That's the Massachusetts thing in me. The dark part of this is, taking that risk with health insurance and other things that we have done with fiscal year 2027, as I explained earlier, right?
Sure.
So the salary piece is just one piece of it, because if and when we're able to get up to full staff, we need to make sure that we have the staff or the funds available to have that staff. And
of course,
by going dark on a couple of more positions, that's just not going to work.
Yeah, Paul. We're going to stop because you're using dark differently than I am. So we're just not. It's all right. We'll move on from this.
We can go out in the parking lot.
This is a budgeting tool. It's not a staffing level cap on what I'm talking about, so we'll leave it.
Thank you.
Jackie?
Thank you. I had the same question Ed did about body cams, so we don't have to revisit that. It's great. I was curious about the vehicles, less about the ones you're planning to purchase. You had purchased a couple hybrid vehicles at one point. Are those still in service?
They are still in service.
Okay, yes.
But they will not be as when July 1st of 2026 comes around, because when the taxpayers approve this in March, we are immediately going to call our vendor and say, hey,
those are the vehicles being replaced.
And those are the vehicles that are going to be replaced. And then I will call my friend RJ very happily and say, call your friends and have them come take pictures. And I'm done with the whole hybrid thing.
Sure. I mean, I have a hybrid, and I love it, but I understand your use case is very different than mine. I noticed in the budget that the expense for maintaining your fleet of vehicles has risen somewhat steadily. I was curious if you could enlighten me sort of what goes into that. Was that part of the hybrid vehicles being part of the fleet? Is it just newer vehicles? I recently had to replace a headlight, and it took my breath away how much that cost. Or the road conditions that I think we're going to hear about, and some of the repaving that's needed, is that kind of wear and tear contributing to that repair expense?
I just think that parts are over the top. We replaced a headlight in the K9 vehicle, and there was no replacing the bulb. You had to replace the whole assembly, and I believe it was $1,100.
That's about what I paid.
You know, we just bought tires for the hazmat truck for the fire department. Those tires were $185 a piece. Tires that we were buying for police vehicles that we used to get for $65 or $70 are now $145 a piece. And every year, Ms. Courier will say, you don't have to write that because, price increase, that's what I write, right? So, and it's so true. And in order to keep the fleet in good condition and keep the officers safe, I mean, we don't engage in a lot of pursuits, but you have to have pursuit-rated tires. And they have to have tread on them, but I think where we do save money is with our in-house mechanic. Otherwise, Mr. Jolly's idea of bringing in an in-house mechanic to the town of Bennington has been instrumental in saving the town money. I'd like to see what it would cost for vehicle repairs if we didn't have an in-house mechanic. Shop labor rates are unbelievable. We're very fortunate to have somebody like Shannon Morse. I think he's saving us money. I don't have a cost analysis here in front of me to be able to share with you, but the parts alone, I cannot get over. There's no more. Shannon does our oil changes and things. We try to do them every 3,000 miles because of idle time and things like that we've already discussed. And when you look at the big picture here, the days of getting an oil change for $29.95 and getting a coupon in the mail don't work. That's why we have Shannon. We buy our own oil, we buy our own filter, we have our own lift, and that's all thanks to Mr. Jolly over at the Public Works Department. I mean, that's just amazing that we can do all of these things. And so kudos to him and his staff for coming up with that idea. We supported that. I know some people were reluctant on that, but I think it would be a lot higher if we didn't have him.
Great, that's helpful, yeah. I've certainly felt the increase in cost of just parts myself, so that makes sense to me. I also wondered about the new electronic control devices. I know a lot of the older ones, there were concerns about the risk that they pose to certain individuals with pacemakers or things like that. Do the new models have a better safety profile for those kinds of cases?
As far as people with pacemakers and stuff, I mean, one of the reasons why we're looking at the TASER 10 is, the 10 obviously means something, right? It has 10 probes, so the shot placement is better. Love to have you come and sit in the class, any of you, for a couple hours and just take the class. But when we switch to the TASER 10, but you'll see that it has laser. The shot placement is far more accurate. We're not specifically aiming, at a heart or whatever, but it's really 5 seconds of an electrical charge that controls your muscles. People talk about it, but in the 9 years that we've had them, we've not injured anyone, to my knowledge. We've saved people. I could tell you a few stories, but we won't get into that today. But I definitely think it's the right tool for some of the things that we face here in Bennington. As far as safety goes, both for the officer and the individual that is acting out at the time. As far as the pacemaker information, I'm not an instructor in that. I'd have to have you sit down with Jason Burnham and discuss that.
Sure. Well, it's great to hear that that we had no serious injuries with those. The only other questions I had were on training. Are we still holding on that?
I think we can go ahead with, Chief, are you comfortable going into training also?
Yeah,
or did you want to discuss
more questions about equipment?
Does anyone have any more questions about equipment? All right, do you want to present on training first and then take
Sure,
Jackie's question?
I'll be brief. I'll be brief with it. We are tracking this year. Last year we had training. It was cut. This year we did make another cut on the educational line. We'd asked for more money. We brought it back to 18.5. There's mandatory training that we have to have from the state. We also have several new supervisors, so bringing in leadership training, which we have begun in this current fiscal year, is important, and we're looking to advance and send people off to instructor level programs. We just this year sent 4 officers to Roger Williams University as an example to become de-escalation instructors, and part of our use of force training as an example for the end of the calendar year involved our de-escalation instructors working with our use of force instructors to put together a well-rounded program. So in the educational line, you have to remember that is not just for the officers. I have a relatively new administrative assistant who's working out wonderfully, and some of that money is going towards programs for her as well as our records clerk to utilize. And I think that there are some programs out there that when you look at the big picture on what it costs, just like vehicle parts, to send people off to instructor level programs, it could be anywhere from $700 to $1,100, and you figure that I have currently approximately 35 employees with our communication staff, and then you do the math on that. Doesn't leave a lot, right, for each individual person. That's not how we do it. We kind of look ahead and we say, okay, well, this is what we need for this coming year. So in this coming year, we're looking at sending at least 2 people to crash reconstruction school. And that's a 3-part school. it is costly for each phase. So if we did phase 1 in 2027, fiscal year 2027, and then we did phase 2 in fiscal year 2028, and get at least 2 people that are going to be with us for a long period of time, so that they can do crash reconstruction. That's just an example, and that's something that Lieutenant Grandy and I have targeted for fiscal year 2027. So again, 18.5 divided over 35 people is not a lot of money when some of these courses that we're sending people off to are can be up over $1,000. But we do try to take advantage of other training when there's no cost as well. So I want to share that with you. Those trainings are now few and far between. We used to be able to go to Fort Indiantown Gap, where the training was paid for, the lodging and the meals were paid for, and now the training is still at no cost, but it's very limited, but you're paying for lodging and meals, right? So, which is a separate line, but so yeah, so that's really not, in my opinion, that's not really a big ask at 18.5 to train everybody within the agency over the upcoming fiscal year.
That makes sense. The note I have here talks about providing more leadership training for supervisors. I'm certainly not rushing you. I love having you here at the meetings with us, but I wondered if that was part of sort of a more holistic succession plan in the police department, as we've seen the importance of that in other areas of the town staff.
Yeah, so like, I'll give you a great example. We just sent, we are really, me as a member of the New England Chiefs of Police Association, we get a little bit of a discount at Roger Williams University. So we just sent 2 of our new supervisors to Roger Williams for 2 weeks. On the last day of their class, the Lieutenant Grandy and I were invited down to see what they had learned for the 2 weeks. We were actually invited down on the Thursday night to meet all of the people that participated in the program from all over New England. We had some great conversations with folks, and then Friday we attended their morning session and then of course their graduation ceremony, and we posted that on Facebook. I mean, that to send 2 people to Roger Williams just for the course itself was approximately $2,000 per new supervisor. So there's $4,000. And, but if you want the best, you got to pay for it. In the future, I mean, we're going to continue to use FBI LEDA. We've asked FBI LEDA to come here to Bennington, but it seems like our friends up in Essex and South Burlington have that locked up. And, so, we're still paying for lodging and meals up there, but, we have, sometimes it's easier just to send them to Connecticut because instead of a 3-hour ride, it's a 2-hour ride, right? So we have our options, and we're going to continue to utilize those. And I do think when we've had some officers that have been on for a while, although they might not be supervisors yet, they would benefit from attending. The FBI LEDA does a 3-pronged approach. It might be good for them to participate. Sometimes waiting for somebody to become a supervisor doesn't always work to send them to the training. They should take that first training beforehand. It may motivate them. So we're looking at that as well. So again, that's why we had asked for the 20. We took the cut because we knew that we had to be a little more realistic. Yeah, that's where we're at.
I'm definitely a believer that we have to maintain equipment, but we get to train our people. I always believe in investing in our people and our officers, so I appreciate that. The other noted training expense here is for the Community Police Advisory Review Board. I was just curious if that body has had an opportunity to review these additional trainings that this $18,500 is being earmarked for.
We've had conversation as far as the whole board. I've had conversations with Kate about leadership training, and she's been supportive. When Kate did ask to hear, to have me present to the entire Community Policing Advisory Review Board, but that would not be fair to the Select Board. That's what I told her, that I felt that you needed to hear first what we were presenting, because again, the Community Policing Advisory Review Board meetings are open to the general public, and if I went into one of those and started rambling about training in the 2027 budget, all of you would be a little miffed, like, whoa, hey, what's going on? We didn't approve that, and I didn't want to present something, but she does know about Roger Williams, and she does know about FBI LEDA, and when we do their onboarding training for the new members, we'll be talking about the success that we've had with Roger Williams and FBI LEDA, so that that might only be a 10 to 12 minute part of what we're going to be doing with them, but they will know what type of leadership trainings we're bringing about, and they'll also learn more about the Community Policing Advisory Review Board was very supportive of our de-escalation instructor training, which came through Roger Williams, and so I mean there's a lot of advantages to some of the things that we are doing within the Bennington Police Department, and again we just look for your support and the support from CPARB, and now that we've told you what our plan is, we can actually go deeper with CPARB.
That's great. I'll look forward to hearing their recommendations in the future. I think that's all from me. So before I yield my time to the rest of the board, just really grateful for the role the police department plays in this community and all the hard work you and your officers have done.
Thank you.
Anyone else on training? I have a couple. I think first, what a lot of folks out in the general public may not realize is that we get a list of things that were cut from the initial budgetary requests that department heads make their initial requests. Dan and Melissa look at them, and then I'm sure conversations are had, and red lines happen. In the training area, you initially asked for $20,000 and trimmed that by $1,500, plus $500 for lodging. What would that $1,500 have paid for?
Well, I mean, that $1,500, would go towards more than likely an instructor level program that we would determine at this point. Use of force, and we would love to send somebody to the academy to become a firearms instructor. We have a couple of firearms instructors now. 2 are getting close to retirement, and my thought process is to make sure that this department, when those people leave, in a year or 2 or 3, that this department is ready to move forward, and the new chief is not scrambling to try to figure out, oh my gosh, who am I going to have for an instructor? But the bottom line is that that's where that would go, is to try to promote an instructor level training within the department.
Yeah, and I just note quickly that before this budget even came to us, it was trimmed down by over $500,000. So that's commendable for Dan and Melissa and everyone else that worked on that. My other concern is really not necessarily a question for you, Chief, but I do note that and this has bothered me for some time, that we put the CPARB training budget in the police department budget. Dan, do any of our other boards and commissions have budgeted expenses?
So like the DRB and the Planning Commission, I know they have some budgeted training expenses, et cetera. So yes. I know this is something that Tom had discussed with me in the past, and frankly, I think Melissa and I just weren't sure where to transfer it if you guys wanted us to. So I think you could certainly recommend that we transfer it, and maybe Melissa could help us figure out what may be the best place to put it if it doesn't remain in that line item.
My only concern there is, and it's not, I mean, this particular training shouldn't necessarily be the chief's problem. You know, the training that they provide, you know, direct in-house, certainly that has to be paid for, but this is training that we budgeted for above and beyond the normal training that's provided by the PD. And just in the interest of maintaining that separation, I think it would be, in my view, a better idea to move that training budget just into another area of the budget. Because the CPARB is technically an extension of this board. So you know, we talked initially about moving it to admin services or the manager's budget or even the select board budget. Melissa, do you have any thoughts?
Well, do you have a thought on where it ideally should be moved, if given the select board? Okay.
Yeah. Would anyone have any objection to that? Is that something we would need to vote on, or just?
No.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. It's our structure, select board, CPARB, so I think that's a great idea.
Clerk?
Yeah, I think it's 100% that the CPARB, as an extension of this board, that this funding should fall within the realm of this board's operations.
We can do that. That's not a problem.
All right, thanks.
So you've noted that, Melissa?
All right, that's all I have.
Just saying, if you're moving that, and with the savings on the tasers, we can buy that side-by-side. Quick math in my head.
I'll note, Chief, that this is a reserve that we didn't spend last year.
Yes, I understand that, but like I said, it doesn't hurt to ask.
That's right.
Like I said before, and I'm upbeat and positive about all of this. You know, you ask us to do these things, we bring things into this community. We want people to feel safe in our community using the trail system.
Yep.
I mean, not anything to put a plow on, because I'm not going to send my people out to plow. And the question did come up, let's be honest, the question came up and said, well, what about that John Deere Gator? Well, this time of year, you can't jump in the John Deere Gator. You know, I don't want to jump in the John Deere Gator. I don't want to wear my winter coat. The side-by-side I proposed to you has heat. But I didn't propose it to you because it got cut. So, you know, maybe next year we'll see what's happening. You know, either that or, you know, I guess, you know, just going to leave it at that.
Before I let you go, Chief, does anyone in the public have any questions regarding training? And the board is satisfied? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Oh, Kelly, come on up.
It's not about training altogether, but you didn't really ask in between, so I didn't know when to raise my hand, other than the first time. So thank you for listening to me. Kelly Carroll from Bennington. One thing I did note in the revenue section, police special services is scheduled to be increased $50,000 next year, which I think is good. I'm not quite sure exactly what that entails, but I do think when you're talking about some of the things that the chief has asked for, and maybe even some of the things that you're putting off for another year, that's something to consider. Because net, when you look at the budget and we talk about the roofs and things, it doesn't matter. I mean, it probably does to Melissa, but it's all coming out of our budget, right? It's all out of one big bucket, and it's like, where are you going to put that expense? So I think that's just something to remember. And I think it's also important to remember that the police department is, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Paul or Chief, the only one department that we have that actually runs 24/7. right? Building and grounds, they probably have some type of a schedule for on-call, but the actual police department runs 24/7. And when you're talking about equipment, some of that equipment can go a little bit quicker than what we would do. You talked about your headlight and the cost for those replacements. But the vehicles that we have are not used the same as the police vehicles have. And most of the police departments have a strategic replacement cycle, usually around 3 years for vehicles, because the older vehicles can be subjected to reliability issues more quickly than typical commuter cars. That might result in more unplanned downtime and things like that. So I think that that's important to look at. And I also don't know if when we talk about what happens to those two old hybrids, right? RJ works his magic with his people and some money comes back to the town. I believe that goes into the general fund. And maybe that's what the special services is for the police department. I don't know, but I'm asking you to keep that in mind. And, you know, Tom, you talked about maintenance, right? Maintenance is important. We've got to put the money aside going forward so that we don't have these big hits. And that's just as important with these police vehicles. And Jim, you mentioned the bike path, and I've heard several times through other select board meetings, we're talking about the trails, making a pathway through the Morgan Street Cemetery, heading out to headwaters. And that's something that we want to encourage people to do, right? Public safety is the foundation of everything. You need good public safety for community development, because if people don't feel safe in the community and their homes, they're not going to move here. And if people aren't safe in their communities and they don't feel safe in schools, people are not going to move here. We're not going to be able to recruit healthcare workers and educators and other law enforcement if we don't invest in public safety. And I know that, you know, we've been joking around about this side by side, but I got to tell you that we're a small community. I know people who have lost family members because response time can't get there quickly enough because of the environmental issues that we have. Now, 41,000, round up 50 grand, that is a lot. We can't be, you know, penny wise and pound foolish. We've got champagne taste on a beer pocketbook, but we still have to look at those possible outcomes and reducing them, because we don't know. There's no way you can look into the future and say, oh, we're going to have an incident on this back road and need that side-by-side to get into that area. And when we talk about Bennington, the Bennington County community, we're very, very fortunate with our law enforcement. BPD, the Bennington County Sheriff's Department, VSP, Manchester Police, they work together, right? We have to, because our resources are limited. And that is something that I think the entire county could benefit from. So I know it's maybe off the table this year, the same thing with the drone, I saw the notes in there, but I ask you to keep that in mind, because it really is part of the whole community public safety infrastructure. And when we're talking about our police officers and we're talking about retention, we have to give them the tools and the goals to strive for to retain those. So if you're talking about training and different things, I've heard Clark mention it several times, you want to have those incentives to keep people, because we don't really want officers who are only just going to be here for the money. We want them engaged in our community. And sometimes we have to look at what are their specific interests and what can we empower them to do to grow their career, their personal growth, but still keep them in. And when you talk about search and rescue and stuff like that, that might be an opportunity to help with retaining and retention down the road. So I ask you to consider that. And I just have to make one comment about what you said about the tasers with the pacemakers. I think that's a very, very valid point. But I also want to point out I have an 89-year-old mother, and she's having a hard time getting a dental cleaning with the ultrasound because she uses the pacemaker. So there's that balance that you have to use on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. You make some good points.
Anyone else?
Can I address special services?
Yes, please do.
Police special services is a line that is completely reimbursable. In the police world, on our timesheets, we call it 4120. These are all the details that we work for example, Mount Anthony Union High School, and things like that. we have to show the money in the budget because we pay the money out, and then we pay the money out, and then on the backside, it comes back in as revenue, right? So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. That line always has a big negative in it because we used to budget like 36,000-ish, and it is far more than that. That is probably, in my career as the police chief, one line that I've never understood because we budget for that money. It shows as a police expense, and unless you know what you're doing and looking at the police budget and looking at revenue, you don't understand where that money goes. But that is not money that we're spending it, but we're getting it back about a month later when the bills go out. And it's not just a high school. I mean, we work 4120 details for all sorts of civil groups and different organizations that make that request, and they fill out the paperwork. I mean, the hospital is a big contributor to that police special services because we detail an officer up there as well. So I just want to be clear on that for the people that are at home watching, and in case it makes it into the banner, oh, police special services went up to $50,000, that you don't think that we're providing some type of special service to someone, like a special sauce on a hamburger. So because $50,000 is a lot of money. When you say 36, people are like, oh, that's no big deal. But 50,000, you hit that 50,000 mark, it sure is a big deal. That's why that side-by-side's only $41,000. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
All right, Chief, thank you. Anything else from the board? Everybody happy? All right, thank you very much. You put in a lot of hours today.
But it's not so much today. It's I mean, we start this process in like September.
Right.
And I'm just going to add, since it's my turn, 30 seconds. I love working for the town of Bennington. I love what we have to offer people here. And if we didn't have an amazing team, now supervised by Dan Monks, but if we didn't have people like Michelle and Melissa and RJ and Larry and Paul Danzero, all the people that are behind me, I'm not going to turn around and see if there's anybody else. We have an amazing team here. And when we lost Stuart, it was a blow, but, Dan really stepped up and said, this is what we need to do. And we had meetings to talk about where our budgets needed to be. And we can talk about cuts that were made to the police department budget, and not once did I throw myself or get upset. And we understand that we're not getting a side-by-side. But the bottom line is that. But the bottom line is that it's just an amazing team, and we look at each other and what our needs are. And when we knew that the fire department needed to have a new roof, we knew we were going to have to make some cuts on the police side as well. And just like the fire department knew that they needed to help us when we needed $230,000 worth of communications equipment. And I think as you progress as select board members, through some of the asks that are going to be coming to you from other different groups and organizations, all I ask is that they have to make some type of concessions also, so that we can maintain the budget where it's at. And Jackie, really, I appreciate your comment, because you obviously took the time to look at this, and you realize that with the cuts that were made between Dan and Melissa, these guys were great. I mean, it wasn't like, hey, we're just doing this and you're going to live with it. Like, we had meetings and we talked about, what the impact that this was going to have. And I just think it's important that you all realize how hard the entire staff worked to do, such a great job with budgets for this upcoming fiscal year. So that's all I have. And I look forward to hearing from Dan, perhaps on Monday or whatever, if there's anything we need to clean up. But I appreciate all of you as well. Thank you.
Chief, thank you very much. All right, we are about halfway through our agenda, and we're 3 hours in. I think it's appropriate to maybe call a 5 or 10 minute break. Stretch our legs. All right, welcome back. Next up, we have the Bennington Highway Department. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it.
Is this on?
It's on.
Hi, I'm RJ Jolly, Director of Public Works for Bennington. I'm here to represent the budget for the Highway Department. The increase this year, or the proposed increase this year is 4.13%, in which 5% salary increase through the negotiation with the union. So I guess I'll go down through. So, of course, salary and wages is up 5%. Winter maintenance supplies, salt did go up last year due to a shortage of trucking, or for some reason we ended up trucking some of our own because we couldn't get it in time. So last year it went down, this year it went up. Who knows what this coming FY27 is going to bring, but we went off what we're paying this year right now, and that's what we budgeted at for that cost. There's a list here of roads that we plan on paving this coming year. The Select Board has a memo that I put together talking about the paving budget. I can read this if you would like, or just back in 2017, we had $670,000 in our budget. Actually, we had $735,000 in our budget, and now this year and pretty much last year, we've level funded now for quite a few years, but we're down to $354,000, and the price per ton has gone way up. To keep the roads good in Bennington, it's pretty basic math. There's 130 miles of road, about 10 miles of dirt road, so there's 120 miles of paved road. Pavement lasts 10 to 15 years. The life cycle is in pretty bad shape at 15. 10, it's showing some pretty it's starting to fail. It's cracks, water's getting in between the layers, and causing heaving, more damage underneath the subbase. So yeah, at this point, we're our head's way below. We can't keep our head above water any longer. Thanks to PFOA, there was some money that available to pave more roads, even with our short budget. That the companies that paid for PFOA, we got some roads paved, so we didn't go without for a few years, but at this point with the $354,000, it's just going to catch up with us quick. Lack of paving roads. So I asked Dan if we could put it out to the voting public, if we could raise the budget line items to where we were back in 16, 17, and 18. And he agreed. So here we are. I'd like to put it no less than $670,000 total, which is still under what we used to have, but it's much better than the $354. Where did this money go? We've level budgeted 3% increases for 16 years that I've been here. And it's caught up with us. It's definitely caught up with us. If we need anything, if anything comes up, if a disaster happens, if a road washes out, that's the projects is where the money came from. That's why there's $354 left. And once you take money out of that line item, it just never goes back. So it's not like you borrow it this year because you have to, and next year it's you stay where you started from. So, yeah, and it's pretty well put together, I think, here, explaining everything. So why not let the voters be able to vote on this item? Because it is a big increase.
This is, I think, a particularly important category in the budget. I was just wondering if maybe we should ask questions about it before we go through the rest.
I think you're correct, especially given the suggestion from RJ that we add a separate ballot item. I think that's something we need to consider really carefully because I have opinions.
Can I?
So go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. I know RJ is, among many other positive attributes, extremely analytical and aware of the state of our highways and the maintenance needs. The amount of repaving that you indicate that we need on an annual basis makes sense. And I also appreciate, that's the paving budget is a big line item that's been easy to defer from year to year to the point where we got way behind. And I would say if we don't do what is suggested to increase paving, we're going to run into a significant problem in that the cost of the maintenance or repair is going to go up a lot more than if we keep up with the paving of the roads and the conditions that they're in. And we'll also get in a situation where Bennington will get a reputation as a town that has bad roads, which we don't want because we are, competing with other communities for economic development. So we want to show that we maintain our basic infrastructure. In that vein, I don't know if I'm actually all that comfortable about not putting the amount that we need in our budget and putting it out to voters. I think maintaining basic infrastructure is something that ought to be in the budget itself. At the same time, I don't know about, because it's fallen so far behind and we need to catch up. I don't know if I'm comfortable trying to catch up all in 1 year. And doing $350,000 extra, whatever it is, $320,000 extra in 1 year, I would be more comfortable increasing the line item in the budget by, say, $100,000 or $150,000 this year, and then, committing to doing the same thing next year, so that we're not kind of rolling the dice on a ballot item, that we're actually saying, this is something that the select board feels that we have to do. That's why we're putting it in the budget, and we'll do it this year and we'll do it next year until we catch up to where we should be.
I think the idea is to put it back up at the 700,000 that I recommend. Leave it there, not just for this year. So.
Oh no, I agree. I was like, I don't know if I'm perfectly comfortable going to, if I'm entirely comfortable going to 700,000. We need to get there, but I don't know if we need to get there in 1 year. And I would like to, one, put it in the budget, and two, maybe plan on increasing it over 2 to 3 years till we get up to that point, and then sustain it at the level where we can repave 8 miles a year going forward. This is more of a comment, I'm afraid, than a question. So.
Yeah, the biggest thing is timing, I believe, because, a road that you can just put 2 inches on this year, in 2 years maybe you have to mill it, you have to reclaim it, you have to take it up and start all new, and that's where it gets very, very, very expensive. So the longer we wait, if we don't, at 120 miles of road, we should do more than 10 miles a year, in 10 years, and then the cycle starts again. But if we can do, right now we're at in today's budget, I believe it's here in the memo, but I think it's 2.3 miles, if I remember right.
You are, that's correct.
Yeah, it's 2.3 miles. That's a far cry from 10.
Yeah.
So 100,000 is not going to get us far when the cost to do 1 mile of road 24 feet wide, 2 inches thick is 154,000 at this year's paving price.
Yeah, I hear you, and my last restatement will be, I don't disagree with you. I just think, one, when we're talking about maintaining critical municipal infrastructure, I think that's something that ought to be in our budget that we put out, rather than putting it out as a ballot question. And two, I just, unfortunately, because we've funded down at 340 and we need to get up to 700 plus, I think maybe that's a bit of much of an increase for 1 year. But I'd like to, to have a plan to get from where we are to where we need to be and to sustain it at that level going forward. So that's all my comment.
RJ, you've given us a list here of the projects that are included in the request, the initial, the request in the budget currently. What other projects, do you know what other projects you would do if you were to get the additional funds?
There's a lot of, when I look back on my list, I have everything on the computer, what years, everything, when we have done paving, when we reconstruct bridges, culverts, everything, and almost everything 10 or 12 years that we did 10 or 12 years ago should be paved. So there's a lot of Class 2 roads on there that we really around the 17, around 15, most of those roads that were done then are ready again. They're cracking. They definitely need more paving. I can get a list together if you'd like of where we'd go with the additional money.
Right. Okay. Jackie?
Thank you. Thanks for being here, RJ. You mentioned in your memo that the cost to repave a mile of road is about $155,000. What's the cost of reconstruction on 1 mile?
Well, that 1 mile that I listed is just 2-inch shim and overlay.
Mm-hmm.
So without any construction, just the paving, we normally go 4 inches on a brand new road on blacktop, so it would double just in the cost of blacktop. That's an easy number I can pick right off the top. It'd be weeks though.
Surface prep is
excavation, removal of the old blacktop, more drainage probably, possibly more sub-base, depends what we find underneath the blacktop. A lot of times we started out in Vermont with 20-foot roads, 18-feet roads. There's pictures of South Stream Road that, by the barn that's close to the road, there was all kinds of room on both sides of it, so it just got wider over the topsoil, over the rocks, whatever. So when you take the blacktop up, you usually find not a great constructed road base. So
So I'm hearing
times of the essence. We do everything ourselves now in-house, so it just ties up more time. We can't do sidewalks or whatever, bridges, whatever else comes across.
Okay, so I'm hearing over $300,000 for a mile of reconstruction.
Probably over that.
Yeah, okay. And then I'm trying to understand too, so we're currently at 2.3 miles a year. We'd like to get up to 8. You say that we can get there by adding $350,000 to the budget. How does $350,000 allow us to resurface an additional 5.5 miles of road? That math is not making sense to me.
Yeah, that's, the more you do, the better prices you get. Fuel's going down right now. Hopefully it stays that way. It's all about asphalt, the price of the liquid to make the material. You know, the Class 2 roads, the South Stream roads, the Monument Avenues, the East roads, you know, you get much better price, maybe even $10 a ton cheaper with those roads that don't have the sewer manholes, they don't have water shutoffs, they don't have the stuff that slows paving companies down. They can just get a bunch of trucks and just keep going, you know, as fast as they can lay it down, so that helps. The more you do, the better the road is for them, the cheaper you pay. So that's kind of a factor. A little wishful thinking, and you can see here where I put no less than 670,000. So. It's still under what we should do, but it's much better than the 2.3.
I hear you. I just was trying to make it all
the math is
add
off
up.
a little bit.
Yeah. I think for me, it would be helpful to understand how an additional $350,000 would ultimately affect the property tax rate that people are going to see when they get their bill. I'm sure somebody here has done that math, I hope.
In very round numbers, about 100,000 is a penny on the tax rate.
Okay, so
I didn't quite hear you. Could you?
3.5 cents per $100,000 of assessed value, or per $1,000 of assessed value?
Per 100. 3 cents per 100.
3 cents per 100,000?
100.
Oh, per $100?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
I'm sorry, Tom, I didn't hear what you said.
I asked you to repeat what you said
Thank you.
Nancy?
I tried, I don't know, 25 years ago to get the town and the board to put together a master list. So wherever anybody lived in town, they'd know when their street or sidewalk was going to get done. It's still a mystery. We've spent a lot of money replacing sidewalks. We've done a lot of roads. 10, 12 years ago is when we really started getting hit with the water and sewer projects. And we've got more bonds for water and sewer. And the group has been planning bike paths for 30 years, but nobody will tell us where they want the bike paths. So I'm looking at all these new expenses coming. Yes, I agree we need to work on the roads, but have we ever done 8 miles of roads a year in the past?
Yeah, back in, we even hit the 10 mark around FY17, FY18, and FY16. We also were lucky enough, towns didn't go after grants back then as much as today, so we were very lucky to get, back then it was $175,000 from the state for Class 2 paving grants, and we were lucky enough to get one this past summer also, which is up to $200,000 now after 10 years. Inflation's gone up 45%, and they've gone up $25,000 for paving grants and bridge grants, but yeah, they're far and few between, the grant money from the state.
And do you have, everybody likes to take time off in the summer, including people who work for the town. With everybody who likes to take vacations, would you have the manpower to do all these projects in the summer?
Yeah, the paving is done by a private contractor. We do a little bit. We do the dead-end roads. We do the scabs to get a road through, maybe for the winter. We do maybe a park or a parking lot. But the town of Bennington can buy the pavement for the bigger projects cheaper than we can buy it at Peckham per ton.
Well, what was the private contractor doing on Upper Gate Street that got messed up 2 years ago?
2 years ago or this last summer?
No, 2 years ago.
2 years ago, they were putting in
The project was supposed to get done,
a new,
and something happened, so they had to go back and...
they're putting in a new water main.
So, okay, they weren't doing that. And when I'm looking on your roads, the list, does this mean it's just blacktop, you're not going to have a curb, there's not going to be sidewalks?
That's on 5,200 sidewalks, but the list of roads.
Burgess, Beach, Norton, Barber, Prospect?
No, East Side Drive will be just paving, Burgess Road will be just paving, Beach Street will be new curb, sidewalk, drainage, Norton Street paving, and Barber Street paving, Prospect Street also paving.
So Beach Street, are you talking concrete or blacktop for a sidewalk?
Concrete.
Beach Street? Out by the ball field?
Beach Street from Main Street to South Branch Street, it's horrible concrete right now. It's new concrete from South Branch Street to South Stream Road now. We won't replace that. We'll just pave that.
That would be blacktop. You wouldn't do concrete out there, would you?
No, there's already good concrete sidewalk out there.
You're talking adding on then?
I'm talking what? Excuse me?
When you get out on Beach Street,
Yeah.
are you putting a sidewalk out there?
Yep.
Concrete or blacktop?
Concrete from Main Street to South Branch Street.
I thought they already did that.
No, it's horrible out there.
Right by Henry's when you turn over?
Henry's is South Branch Street.
Okay.
I'm just talking Beach Street, not Main.
All right.
Yeah, Beach Street is horrible shape, but it was on our plan for 3 or 4 years ago. That's why a plan is tough, because we planned on, Beach Street's been horrible now since I've worked here, but for one reason or another, like a lot of lead lines, because there's a lot of houses on Beach Street. So other than putting in new blacktop and new sidewalk, we tried to avoid that. So that's one of the reasons Beach Street has been put off so long. That's a perfect example, Beach Street. And finally, the lead lines have been replaced on Beach Street, so we're going to, it's time to replace the curb, sidewalk, and repave all Beach Street.
And
So
so
you're
this,
talking just for clarity basically from the buck
no,
stop?
I got Beach Street. I'm out too far. I'm out towards
Yeah.
South Stream Road. I know where you're talking about now. So on the ballot, this will be a line item, Dan, for people to say yes or no?
No. As of now, there is no, what RJ is asking is for the select board to consider adding additional funds, either as a ballot item above and beyond this 354, or putting an increase in the budget itself.
Okay, so the voters will decide the extra money, or the select board's going to just put it in the budget?
That's up to you folks. That's what you folks will make that decision.
Either way, the voters are going to
Yeah.
have a chance
They get to decide
vote
on
it.
whether it's a separate and distinct ballot item versus included in the budget and in a vote up or down on that full budget. Yeah. Good point, Jackie. The voters get to decide no matter what.
And I just add, it's an interesting strategy, because we have a line item for paving that's like $354,000, and then you're talking about putting a ballot item for 300, you're splitting it in two, and I'm like, to me, again, I can repeat myself, if it's the same thing, maintaining critical municipal infrastructure, to me, the select board ought to be willing to say, hey, we're willing to pay up to this amount, put it in our budget, and just make that statement. Now, I made the assertion that $320,000 jump in 1 year might be too much of an impact on the taxpayer, but the select board could talk about that. But I think, hey, this is our job, is to figure out what we should be spending money on, critical municipal services. To me, this is something that, the town absolutely needs as much as it needs to maintain its water system and its sewer system. Maintaining our roads is absolutely critical. And so it's just I think it's appropriate for the select board to put it in the budget rather than put it out as a ballot item. The question is how much in 1 year.
Right.
We did put it out to the voters once in my tenure here, and it was accepted.
Yeah,
by a great margin.
My feelings were kind of along the line with Jim's, is that we were elected to make these calls, and it just feels a little hinky to me that we don't have the guts to say this is what we need to do as your elected representatives, and then to say, you know what, why don't you guys decide? Because, well, they've already elected us to decide these things. That's where I'm kind of starting to feel like I'm coming down on this. But I'm happy to hear from my fellow board members. Nancy, were you done?
I just had a question on the concrete sidewalk, and I know you're following state requirement, but can we do anything to get away from the roller coaster on the driveway, that anybody with a carriage or in a wheelchair or with a stroller, you get to the driveway and it's up and down? That's something that started, 10, 15 years ago?
That's kind of a funny question, because if you do it the correct way, the engineered way, it's horrible. It's very steep and there's some older ones around town. We've tried very hard every year to, and I think we've got to a point now that they're a lot more user-friendly. I even have a wheelchair at the town garage so the guys know what they're trying to accomplish. So now the curb, other than going out, I believe 2.5 feet from the driveway, now we go out 8 feet, so it's tapered 6 feet more than they used to be to try to get that. We do not trowel in joints every 5 feet anymore, because that was also an issue. Now we just put straight lines across, so there's not a little bump every 5 feet. We try to perfect our concrete work every year, more and more, if there is an issue. So
I don't question the work, and this is something you noticed around town probably 20, 25 years ago, where before that, you walk over the sidewalk, it's flat, you just, like you said, the driveway went into the road, and now I feel badly for anybody with crutches, a cane, when it's icy or slippery. I've had people talk about it who push strollers.
I think we've perfected it.
Yeah.
I think the old way was tough. I can show you old concrete.
I think people like walking on a flat sidewalk rather than the up and down, but that's the state law or federal law, how you have to do it.
I use the Beach Street sidewalk a fair bit, and I think that's a perfect example of why it is like Nancy suggests. I think that there's two things that come into play design-wise there, and correct me if I'm wrong, RJ. One is on Beach Street in particular, you've got a lot of driveway intersections coming out, so you don't have the space between the driveways to make the tapers as much as you'd like. The other thing is you're constrained by the locations of the houses, so that in that case the sidewalk is right up against the curb. So the driveways typically slope down from the house and the garage or whatever to the road. So when the sidewalk is right up against the curb, there's more of a vertical drop than if it were closer into the house. So you just physically, you have to go up and down. Both because of the frequency of the driveways and the fact that the sidewalk is right up against the curb.
Yeah, I need to try to get the correct pitch from the back of the sidewalk to the road, so the water goes into the road, not towards someone's house. Beach Street's a great example, because there's houses literally built touching the 5 foot. So without starting a new development where everything's new, everything's starting from scratch, we have to do what we have to do to adjust to all different driveways and properties and walkways and mailboxes and I'm very pleased with the way we do it now. So
I'll go in the order I saw hands. I saw Clark, then Sarah, then Jackie. Ed, you could be on the list too if you want.
So, a couple of things. I think that you're the subject matter expert, and you're making some recommendations here on funding to do paving appropriately. And I believe, listening to what you said and going back to what Tom said in another discussion about deferred maintenance kind of things, I think we dug ourselves a hole with deferred maintenance when it comes to paving, and we got to get out of that hole. And, you know, the old line, money talks. Well, we're at the point now where we got to spend money to get out of that hole. Correct me if I'm wrong, if we don't spend money, it's only going to be worse 2 or 3 years down the road. As Tom has said, that people elected us to make decisions. I have no problem spending money to do what is necessary to keep this town moving forward in a stable situation. But my major concern is I don't want to be, you know, penny wise and pound foolish, saying, oh, let's don't spend the money, because we're going to spend the money. It's just how much and when and how much of a problem, how many potholes and rutted streets are we going to have to deal with. And alluding to Jackie's discussions, again, once you start getting the potholes, in my mind, it seems to me that's a lot more work fixing these pothole and rutted roads than just simple paving. So I'm hard pressed to, kick this can down the road and tell the electorate, you guys decide. I think, in my mind, if you say you need this additional $300,000, I know I'll hear about this. I support that idea. Yes, I'm a homeowner. Yeah, my taxes will go up. But you know what? There's no free lunch, and I do believe that we as people's representative have an obligation to do what's right, not what makes people feel good, but what is right. And if you're telling us, as a subject matter expert, here's what you need to do your job properly, which is to serve the people of Bennington, I'm supportive of the idea of giving you the money, increasing your budget line. And I realize that, it would be nice if we could defer it, but from what I'm hearing, the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost us. So I think we should just bite the bullet and approve that budget increase. And please don't cut my tires, Melissa.
Sarah?
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is just what everyone else, what most people have been saying is that I think if we put the projects on the budget and not send it out to the voters, it's just going to be redundant. So I think that my opinion is for us to vote on that. At what number, I'm not sure, but I think that's just for something for us to look at and not sending it out to the voters. I think that's what we're elected to do. And to me, this is a safety issue. I think that the roads, if they're not in good condition, it's a public safety issue. It's also an issue for our town vehicles and many other things amongst that. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Maybe there's some other places we could cut, I'm not sure, but that's what I'm seeing.
Jackie?
Thank you. I mean, no one wants to vote for increases right now. I certainly don't want to pay them myself, but I think more importantly, I try to orient around making sure that the dollars we spend are being spent intelligently, in a way that is going to protect future budgets from even larger increases. So I think one question that I do still have is the numbers that we've gotten in the budget here, the tax rate, all of that. Is that based on the current grand list, or does that factor in some projected growth?
So Melissa and I have talked about this. It's based on an adjusted grand list from this year, but the only adjustments we make are a very modest increase that we know is going to happen. So there's no speculation in that. We do believe that the increase will be, maybe not significantly, but will be more, but we don't feel comfortable speculating. The only thing we feel comfortable is saying, we know that this amount of construction is done as of right now, and that therefore we know, based on our conversations with the assessor, it will go up a very modest amount based on that. We expect significantly more construction to be done by the April 1st deadline, but we don't speculate about that. That we don't think that's fair. We'd like to be conservative.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
So yes, could this, and do we hope, and are optimistic that the grand list will grow enough to impact that tax rate in a positive way? Yes, but we don't feel comfortable, we don't think it's responsible to project anything beyond what we absolutely know is going to happen.
Okay.
Is that a fair statement, Melissa? I want to, because Melissa does the numbers with me, and I want to make sure that I'm not misspeaking, because
and so it sounds like the numbers that we're sort of talking about in terms of the effect on property taxes, or there's not wood here, but kind of worst case scenario.
Yes.
For most people.
Everything we do is a worst case scenario, because we don't want to overpromise when it comes to the tax rate. That's not good business.
Sure. So based on, just some quick math based on numbers, 1 cent per $100,000, it looks like we're maybe talking about like a $50 increase for a modest house, maybe a little higher than that for a nicer house. So just to put that into perspective for a lot of folks, based on a property that's about $150,000 in assessed value, it's looking like about a $50 tax increase for this $350,000 increase that we're talking about to do the paving.
Were we talking pennies on $100 or
Yes.
pennies on $100,000?
Pennies
on $100
per $100.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know that always trips people up.
For $150,000.
Trying to do the math in my head, and it was way slower.
It took me a minute. I've been working on it for, but so I think I agree with the rest of the board. For me, in a lot of ways, it comes down to controlling costs, right? And sometimes it seems like the best way to do that might actually be to spend a little more now so that we don't have to spend a lot more later. Not really a question, but thank you for bringing this to our attention, RJ, and I'll yield my time.
I actually don't have anything to add.
Thanks for the discussion. It seems like people are generally leaning in a way that I like to see. I think the original departmental request, which was no doubt a conservative request, was $505,000 for paving for this year, and then the budget that was presented to us was level funded at that $354. So, I would favor increasing the line item in the budget rather than doing a ballot item, and if the board is really most comfortable increasing it by $320,000 in 1 year, I'd be reluctantly okay with that. I'd be more inclined to do the increase over 2 years and do $160,000 a year to bring it up to like 515. But I'm glad to see that people are looking proactively at saving money by investing now. So that's all I have to say.
I'm reminded of the situation we had with the water and sewer reserve, where we basically didn't have one, and then we kind of had to walk it up over a period of years. This is a little bit different than that, because we have a situation now where these roads actually need paving now. So that's where I'm struggling with Jim, as far as spreading it out over a couple of years. If the need is now, when we were building a reserve, we were basically protecting ourselves against the future, but now we're talking about today, so that's...
I agree. I mean, I think with roads, in any kind of infrastructure, it's kind of always going to be a question of degree. I mean, you can let things go for a year, and that's never ideal, but you can kind of pick the ones that are most in need and do them, and then do the more the next year, which might be a little bit more expensive, admittedly. But I'm just thinking about leveling out the tax increase over a couple of years instead of 1 year. That's all.
Clark.
RJ, the question is these roads that you list here, is there priority? I mean, can you sit down and say that if we waited a year for whatever road, it would be significantly more costly to fix that road if we delay these? Are these roads that are must-do kind of things? Or nice to do or must-do?
They're kind of at a must-do at this point, and it's just timing more than anything, because if you put a couple miles off this year, to say you throw 100,000 extra on this year, it's another couple miles that won't be done this year. So that road's going to be, a road that's good this year is going to be in much, that's 10 years old, is going to catch up. And it's just this snowball effect that we're at the point now. We did so many miles of roads, 8 to 10 miles of road back in the teens, and we haven't for, yes, we have had an extra 200,000, possibly in a grant like this year, or maybe 2 years ago, a couple 100,000 PFOA money to do some additional paving on the roads they dug up anyways. It wasn't like they just gave us 200,000 to go do a road that doesn't even have water PFOA contamination. It's just money, extra money to seal up what they dug up, actually. So the longer we wait, and I'm all about taxes. I'm probably the cheapest guy in southern Vermont. And I did give you the bare bones 670 will barely keep our head above water. So we're not spending all of our times in the highway department going around filling potholes. We're not doing total rebuilds on roads. The 2 inches seem to get us 10 to 15 years. They're good profiles. They're not like Northside Drive, perfect example. Nobody can drive on Northside Drive and not have your steering wheel. It feels like your vehicle, the front end's something wrong, and that's perfect case. That's road rutted. It got into subbase. There's no drainage there. It's horrible, and to fix it right isn't how they did a small section to mill it and put 1.5 inches of pavement, or 1 inch, or whatever they put on down there. Yeah, really at this point, 670 is the bare minimum we should have back in the budget. And that's still less than we had back when we were doing pavement for $72 a ton. Now it's $95 this year. So we had a lot more money back then, and things were $30, $20 cheaper a ton.
Well, again, thank you, but I just reaffirmed my position that we have to act before we deal with much worse road conditions. And yeah, I understand the taxes. The truth of the matter is, nothing good is going to become of continued deferred work. And I understand Jim's position. A little bit at a time. I need an elephant, but in this case, we got to take bigger bites.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing from you, RJ, is we've been kicking the can down the road for a while now. We're out of road, basically, is kind of what you're saying at this point.
We are. We're totally out of road, and yeah, we've just taken all the all the money out of that pocket, and it's down to a point right now, it's almost silly, 2.3 miles.
And another thing that's making this a little bit easier for me to think about is that, as you said, you are one of the cheapest people in southern Vermont. But I know that also carries over to your guys, because I stop and I talk to them while they're working, and they always talk about how they're saving money.
Yeah.
So you've built a culture there where everybody up and down the ladder is conscious of what things are costing, and I think that we could take some comfort in that, knowing that you guys are being responsible with the money that we do give you. So thank you for that.
I think the guys who work for me, I have an amazing crew in the highway department. I really do. I wouldn't trade one of them at this point. Yeah, they're all on the same page. The bridge division, highway division, but the bridge part that we started a couple years ago there just saves, by this point, is over millions of dollars, and we have big expectations this summer to replace Depot Street Bridge and the bridge at the bottom of Middle Pownell Road there before the steep hill over Furnace Brook, and it's amazing how efficient and inexpensive we can do it in-house.
Depot Street's been rough for quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else from the...
Before we go to bridges?
Yeah, let's finish this before we get to bridges. Do you have anything more on this?
I mean, we all know what the problem is. It's what's happening to homeowners in Vermont. Property taxes, school taxes. We're taxing people out of their homes, and I mean, how do we address this? We have to do this, we need to address it. How do you tell somebody who can barely pay their basic bills now, geez, we've got to do another 5% increase? And I think we do a good job holding the budget. It's just, what do you tell the homeowners? Now, if we have a low voter turnout like we have for several years, you'll be fine. If some of the 5,000 or 6,000 registered voters who've been sleeping for a couple of years wake up, they may get out and bury the budget, but Vermont does very little to help homeowners, and I don't see that changing at the state level. I feel badly how we nickel and dime some of these budgets, but if you're on that receiving end of getting that property tax bill, a lot of people know what it is to open that and try to find that money, and then you've got your heat and electric, and so I guess it depends on voter turnout.
Jim?
Yeah, I mean, to that point, the thing is, if we don't do anything to invest in our community, our property taxes are going to go up, because just the cost of doing business, the cost of, road maintenance goes up every year. I mean, what we have to do is invest in our community strategically so that we make it a good place for people to live and for the community to grow, and for private businesses and individuals to invest in the community so our tax base grows. So, I mean, saying, well, let's never spend money that is going to have an impact on the tax base and the tax rate is, in the long term, just hurting us. I mean, it's not investing in the community is going to result in more of an increase in property taxes than investing strategically in the community. So I'm, fully supportive of this type of infrastructure investment in the community. And again, my only question was whether it would be more prudent to spread it out over a couple of years or to do it all at once. But in either case, I think we ought to put it in the budget rather than as a ballot item and have people vote on it. If it's the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do, and the select board ought to say it's the right thing to do.
All right, anything else from the board on projects, roads?
Brief question here.
Which was it?
I'm sorry, Clark, but I don't have that with me, but off the top of my head, I believe that it is down below 100,000, maybe 70, 80,000, something like that, because...
So, Melissa, some people are having a hard time hearing you, so maybe either speak up or speak closer into the microphone. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I can't be positively for sure because I don't have that report in front of me, but I believe it's in the $70,000 to $80,000 range. But I want to be clear that last year, or for the FY26 budget year, we made plans to utilize those funds to help support RJ's projects. And unfortunately, as things do, things popped up that made that difficult because we had emergencies that, or things that needed to happen right away that ate into that budget. So I already have kind of that earmarked for him supporting his projects.
So for clarity,
in FY27.
I want to follow up right on that. You're saying that the reserve that is there now is not likely to be there at the end of the current fiscal?
The reserve that's there now was intended to help get his projects done.
Are they 26 projects or 27
26
projects?
and 27. So yes, the answer to your question is that it is planned to utilize it.
That should show in a budget instead of a reserve line then.
Yeah, that's what's confusing me. We're talking about increasing, $300,000 more line item here. I was just wondering how much is in that reserve.
So we're proposing to use, if I'm reading the line items correctly, Melissa, about $50,000 plus from the reserve to keep this level funded, if I'm right. But I don't know how much we have left in the reserve after we spend that money. I think that may be the question.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm confused. What line item are you talking about specifically?
I'm looking at your notes regarding how we're funding the roads, the road projects.
No.
So it's 514560.
Under other project, under the project list, Dan? Is that what we're still talking about?
Yes.
So of this 354, some of it is coming from the current reserve balance?
No, the budget, the line item 514560 is 354,000.
Yes.
That, I think that comment there reflects what I was just trying to explain, in that 354,000 we recognize isn't enough, far from enough, but that there are additional funds in the equipment reserve that we were planning on doing additional projects. At the top of my head, actually, I'd have to have the budget sheet in front of me. Hold on. Can I see your budget book, please?
While you're looking at the question, maybe RJ can answer it. So would that reserve offset that $320,000 that you were asking for additionally? Whatever's in the reserve, let's say there's $70,000 there now, and I look here, you say you're asking for that additional $320,000. Would that $70,000 be used to offset that request?
I don't believe so. I think in the last 2 or 3 years, we've used reserves. That's how we've been trying to level fund. Yeah, I think we've used about everything in the kitty that the town of Bennington's ever saved up. So right now, it's pretty slim pickings what's left. So that's the way I feel. But
subsidy amount of money available, it sounds like there's nothing.
Okay, so I'm sorry, now that I have this sheet in front of me, the roads that are listed there actually equal about 405,000. There is 50,000 in round numbers planned to come from the reserve for FY27. The net between that is the 354 that's listed in 5140,560.
Okay, I think before we apply the reserve.
Yes.
In addition to the reserve that you.
No.
This 354 is in addition to a
Yes.
small reserve?
Yes. Correct.
Of 50-ish?
Right, 354 in this account plus about $50,000 in the reserve equals 405,000, which is the sum of these roads listed on.
I think the question then is, Melissa, maybe you don't have that in front of you, what is left after we expend that 50,000 in the reserve?
I don't think it's much.
It looks like in the highway fund balance sheet, it shows as of sometime in November, the balance was $107,000. So if you
That's
took-
correct,
if you
but
took
that,
out 50
there's FY26 monies planned to come from that to help support the FY26 projects.
Okay.
So I think that this $50,000 brings it down. I don't think it might not be zero, but it's
pretty close.
Pretty
Okay.
close.
Yeah, got it.
So if we add, say, 270,000 to the budget, then we could get up to that 670,000 bare minimum RJ's asking for?
I guess I'm still confused about how to get there. Between the two fiscal years, we're using some reserve in fiscal '26.
If we do nothing at this point right now, if we just go with this budget, the 354,000, if we do nothing else, we're still using the 50 grand out of the reserves to make that 354,000.
To make that list of roads that he's got here.
Yes, the total that we're looking at is 405, not 355.
This is more like.
For the cost of those projects.
Right.
Add that.
That is correct.
To it, it decreases this to that.
Okay, so it's going to cost 405, but we only need to increase the budget by 354?
To do these projects.
Plus, there's another $320,000 problem.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Sorry, it's slowly computing.
It's a lot of numbers.
It's been a long day, Ed.
And it's a different way to discuss the use of reserves than I'm used to. Reserves usually go back into a budget when they're being spent down, in my experience, so that they can be illustrated. So that's just a different way to state it.
Right, yeah.
May I ask, it looks like construction maintenance of sidewalks ending in June. You budgeted $250,000. You only spent $47,000, so we must have that money left someplace, right? Page 12, down at the bottom, 5,200, 560. Purchase, I don't know if we hired somebody and we've changed our minds, or...
I can tell you, we don't hire.
We jumped away from paving.
Can you just repeat your question, please?
Okay, it says budgeted was just about $250,000, but it says the actual was $46,995.
Which number?
Do you see it?
Which number are you looking at, Nancy?
Next one from the bottom up, 5,200,
Oh, the other purchase
560.
services, yeah. Page 12 of 15. 5,200, 560.
Am I reading that wrong?
Proposed is 253. Oh, you're talking about from FY26.
So we budgeted
Well,
this
look what we
much,
budgeted. We
and
spent a
our
lot
actual
less,
was this
so-
much. Yeah, we're in 26 right now. We'll be doing sidewalk work before July.
But I'm talking, this is the budget that just ended in June. I'm trying to
No,
figure,
this is FY26. Oh, you're talking about back in FY25. But you
well, just ended in June, right?
Actually.
yes. So you're talking about FY25, not FY26.
Oh, yeah, I'm just looking down. to-
So Nancy's question is, in FY '25, budgeted was 224, almost 225, but the actual was shown at nearly a little under 50. So we must have used that in it.
Under sidewalks.
Well, because of the cost, the increase and everything went up, the budget in the spring was, we were barely getting by.
So
we were overspent.
So that's why, just in all of these project categories, I start my summary by saying subject to winter maintenance costs and other speculative costs, because this is the only place we have to go as projects if we go over in winter maintenance or salt or whatever. If there's a cost overrun, we can't not pay our insurance, we can't not pay our vendors, we have to cut something. And in that particular year, FY '25, looks like I was not part of that, but it looks like we cut maintenance sidewalks.
So Nancy, and I'm sorry, I couldn't remember for a minute, but RJ's absolutely correct. The paving came in much higher, and in order to do what he needed to do, he did so, but then I came in and said, Stuart and I came in and said that he had to cut or he had to stop in other places so that we ended up in the black for the year. We haven't gotten our final results yet, but I'm hopeful that we did. But it was close, and it was a tough year at the end that a lot of other things had to get cut.
And when our budget did end in June, if any departments had extra money, why doesn't it roll into the budget for the following year, staying in that same department?
That is a decision that can be made. And depending on future projects, it has been sometimes made in the past, but that would be a decision that the town manager that would make. But it's not an automatic.
But no, where does the money go? If I thought
General.
Into the fund balance.
Into the fund balance.
So the voters approve it. If it doesn't get spent, it just goes off to the side?
It goes into the fund balance, and in our audit report every year, we report on whether that fund balance increases or decreases.
And it's not earmarked by that point?
So it goes into the fund balance, which is controlled by the select board.
But it's not if it was roads that we...
Not unless it's a reserve. So for instance, if it's a voter-identified reserve, it automatically goes into a reserve account. Also, this board has identified certain reserves where you've said, if we have extra money, this goes into this. For instance, the capital reserve. That's money that we get from our cell phone or cell tower leases. You've, as a board, have said that goes into the capital reserve.
Yeah.
If it's unrestricted, it goes into the unrestricted fund balance, which unfortunately the general fund doesn't have a significant fund balance. Like, we've done much better in our enterprise funds, the water and sewer, and this is part of where we are talking about projects now. Is we would like to get our general fund into much better condition as we have with our water and sewer funds over the years. And it takes, literally decades to get a fund balance, comfortable, fund balance without impacting the taxpayers too drastically.
Excuse me, Dan, is there a end of fiscal year report on these unexpended funds that we can see? Is it in the year X amount of dollars?
Yeah, it's actually attached to the budget report. It shows you how much money was expended, how much money was budgeted, and how much money was actually expended, and then the audit will take a look at all those and then aggregate those into a fund balance that either decreases or increases based on whether we're in the black or the red, which luckily, no wood here, but I think we've always been in the black, at least for the last decade, due to some very careful management from our finance director.
I think there was one year that we were just a little bit, It was so small.
Smidgen in the red? Okay. But
Can I ask a bridge question? I thought that we used up the bridge reserve for our share for the bridge we started on Main Street this past year.
So there is still a bridge reserve, and we have started making larger payments towards that, but we've determined the amount that we need to cover our percentage and have kept that in that reserve. And I don't know the number at this exact moment, but we knew that we needed about $250,000. And so the reserve currently has something less than that because we've started spending it down.
Because I noticed we had been putting away 100, and then we put away 80, and then 100. I see that for what we're now, we have 169. Next year, we're budgeting 200,000, and that's another thing. I don't think anybody imagined we would do so many bridges over such a short time. And again, if we'd had that build-out list, I think if the public can look and see what we're doing, but, so we went from putting away $80,000, and now we're putting 200,000 away? Or budgeting it for the bridges?
Well, I'd like to speak to that, and RJ may be able to speak better to that, but I'll start by saying that with the addition of the bridge crew, which has been an awesome thing and saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars, that transfer to the bridge reserve that you're talking to that's been changing has been used to help build the budget, to have a budget for the bridge crew, because under the direction of Steve Tatro, they're able to do a lot, and we had to find the funding. So even though that is intended for the bridge reserve, it's actually being used real time to accomplish all of the projects that he's been working on. And it wasn't something, we knew was going to happen before, so we've kind of had to shift gears on the amount of money going there every year to help support that.
And Melissa, just to add to that, the reason it is in reserve is for some reason if we have a permitting issue or a timing issue, we want to make sure that money is reserved for the next year, so that, let's just say we don't get to Depot Street Bridge this summer, which we really intend to this summer or next summer into FY27. If we don't, that money would go into reserve and we could do it in FY28 without having to budget for that additional costs. It wouldn't go just generally into the fund balance. So we try to be really clear that that money is for bridge work only, and even if we can't expend it in a certain fiscal year, it will remain for bridge work.
Yeah.
Anybody want to talk streetlights? The streetlights we have, we can adjust.
Let's make sure we're done. Are there any more questions on paving? Okay.
This is not fun material,
Well,
I gotta tell you. But you guys are doing great. You really are.
He's going to present, he's going to talk to us about the rest of the stuff in his proposal. So if you want to go on to the next.
We have a hand down here.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Clark.
Again, like a dead horse. So are we, is there a consensus that we're looking to add 320,000 to the budget? Or I got to hang on.
Sounded like we had consensus. Is that something that this board needs to take any more action on?
Well,
or is it up to RJ?
I think that what we would need in order to proceed so you guys can see the impact is a direction from you folks. It doesn't have to be a formal vote at this time, but if your direction is yes, the consensus of the board is to increase it by X, that we would want to model that for you so that at the next meeting you would understand the impact, and then at the next meeting, if you feel comfortable with that, then we would get a formal vote so that we would know that that's what you want us to put onto the warning.
So in other words, our formal vote is on the whole package.
Yeah.
So I see the $320,000 number that RJ has called out, and I am of the opinion that we should let the expert speak about his field and put the 320 in the budget.
I'm with you on that also.
I think you should get those figures, Dan.
So is a consensus of the board for us to model that amount for you guys to vote on at the next meeting? Is that?
Can I offer that based on the numbers that we've gotten, 350 as a line item for highway improvements, 50 from the reserve fund, plus 200.
There's that word again.
But plus 270 gets us to the 670 that RJ has said is the bare minimum.
Jackie makes a good point. There's 50-ish coming from a reserve.
Yeah,
and to mitigate the effect of the taxpayers in this first year, like Jim was concerned about.
But Melissa told us that the total project list is really 405.
Right.
So we do need another 320. There's no offset coming from anywhere, if I'm correct.
Sorry,
I guess I want to just say that, you're talking about the 50,000. We need that 50,000 to be able to cover the entire list of projects that equal 405,000. But once
So it's
that's
already-
done,
that reserve is already
once that's
called.
done, it's gone. So if you're talking about getting to the number that RJ is, in the future, that's only going to get you there for FY '27. You then, in the following year, have to make up that additional 50,000.
That's exactly what I'm proposing to this board, is that we get to the 670 in FY '27 by spending the 50 from the reserve that they've already budgeted, and then we could have the additional increase of $50,000 to keep it at 670 in FY '28.
So what Jackie's saying, sounds like, Melissa, and the board can tell me if this is what you want us to do, is that at least Jackie would like, and we'll see what the board wants, that we would model 270 and 320, see what that makes. Clearly, I could tell from RJ's body language that 320 is where he'd like to be, and I think it's probably probably where we should be, but I also respect and understand the impact on the taxpayers. So I think let's give the board the opportunity to look at both of those numbers with the clear understanding that if we go to 270, that means we're in the whole 50 for next FY '28. So,
I think if we could see those numbers, we can make a better decision. And RJ, you can get back to us on what projects you're proposing this money would pay for?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think if somebody we can make sure that highway improvement reserve show up a number saying, instead of showing you we're in there with 354, in fact, it should reflect total project is 405, something to do with that 50 from the reserve, which brings it down to that 354.
That would be more clear in terms of where the money is coming from. So I would agree with that we should, I think just for this board's purpose, we should restate that the 50 is going against the 405. Well, I know we're only seeing real numbers here because you've got the 50 in the pocket. You need another 354 plus the 320.
Are you just suggesting that the presentation here that lists all the projects have that total at 405 on this sheet? Okay.
Yeah, 405 on the sheet, and then because it specifically talks about using a highway improvement reserve, it's saying this project is $405,000, and the reserve addressing that, another 50,000 decreases it to the 354.
Yep, we can.
Because now people think 354 is what this project is, and in fact it's not.
No, we can do it like a addended or.
Yeah, what I should have
amended.
done is, we have the numbers there, but there's not a subtotal. So I should have subtotaled it and then said we're using X amount to bring it down. But yes, so the numbers are there. It's just not added and clear, and
I
I
have
get
that
that.
here,
So
but it needed to.
it needs to be in the presentation, so, okay, we will do that.
Can I just...
I already called out Sarah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to beat my dead horse one more time. So that I understand the 270, 320. I'm just wondering, just for clarity, and I think it should be a really simple calculation, if you could do like 160 and in the way of a 2-year increase scenario.
I was going to suggest that as well.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to do it anyway.
Okay,
Can you guys spell that out for the feeble, please?
Well, instead of putting in the modeling just a $320,000 increase for this year, modeling an increase of $160,000 for this year with an anticipation of $160,000 in next year.
So we're going to be underfunded by 160 for the first year of this 2 years.
Well, I guess it depends on your perspective.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. You could not budget those projects, and then you won't be over budget on expense.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be funded at what you funded.
Which is typically how you budget, by the way.
I can't wait to have this conversation again next year.
We're back to Tom's, we can't kick the can down the road because the road ends over there.
That's where I was going.
So deferring it for another year is, again, we're not addressing that deficit in repairs. That set of roads that are in bad shape today will be in worse shape
Yes.
a year and a half down the
Well,
road.
no one would call me a tax and spend liberal. That's not what it's right here. But I
Jim, I
am
got news for you.
absolutely not disagreeing that we need to spend this money and we need to take care of these roads, and that we need to sustain our funding level in the future going forward. My only issue is it more fiscally responsible to increase the budget over 2 years rather than 1 year to get to that sustainable level?
I'm looking at your results, if we continued delay in funding these repairs, how much more is that going to cost us down the road? Is the amount of work put into those projects going to require more money in a year and a half from now versus 6 months from now?
I fully agree, and I understand what you're saying, but I also think that there's many things that go into determining a budget and the increases on the tax rate, and one of those is also the impact on the taxpayer. And I'm sorry, that's just my opinion. It's your decision.
No, it's valuable.
That's what we hired.
Can you refresh our memory on the taxpayer impact?
5.8%.
What?
We anticipate and project approximately a 5.8% increase.
That's without the 320.
That's correct. So we would be modeling that for you folks to show you what that
You said
meant.
without this money?
Without the 320, but with the 354.
How many pennies per 100 is that again?
3.2 approximately. Approximately. That's why we don't.
$32
we want to
on
model that for you, so you know.
Is that right?
But, also, we're not looking at the whole budget yet. Who knows down the road, the next few weekends, we may not come up with reductions elsewhere. There's no guarantee that all the expenditures requested here or considered are in fact going to be accepted by us or other taxpayers.
I think it should go in. I think it should go in fully loaded.
Yeah, this is going to, now, we have other stuff we have to look at. We cut here, we have to add here, one size fits all issue. So again, like Tom and Jim, ideas that, we have to be able to target the direct impact on our taxpayers, but in the big picture, delay, time is money. And I'm not a tax inspector.
Right now, I myself am inclined to agree that we should just get it done, but I have no issue if Jim would like to see a model of what spreading it over 2 years would look like as far as an impact goes, for comparison's sake. I have no objection to that either. It wouldn't take you that long, I imagine, to figure that out.
No.
So yeah, just get us both, and we can look at them, and then we can decide next week. 3.
320, 270, 160.
Right.
You got it, Melissa. Okay.
And we'll still have time to debate that at this board after we see the revision?
You'll have that revision before your next meeting.
Okay.
Yep. That should not be a problem to get that.
But we can go back to this department.
Yes.
We can go back to whatever we want until we actually vote to approve the budget.
Until you vote, anything's on the table.
Okay.
I think the big picture, this is one piece of the budget. We also have to realize that we may in fact have to cut back elsewhere.
Yep.
Since you stated that way and we have time to look at this again, I agree that we should see the 3. It sounds like a little bit of extra work, but it will give us a better picture of what we're doing.
Okay. What else you got, RJ?
What else you got for us,
As requested by the Select Board, $15,000 is included for traffic calming measures that may be approved by the Select Board in accordance with town's traffic. This was brought to you about speeders on Monument Avenue, I believe. Not going to make any friends, but I'm against it. But I think it's going to cause a lot of unhappy motorists. But that's your decision, the Select Board.
The 2 sentences, I think.
Sorry.
Not paying attention.
Okay, 514820, that's next. As requested by the Select Board, $15,000 is included for traffic calming measures. This was, I think Mark Anders came to the Select Board he talked about speed tables being constructed on Monument Avenue and radar signs, the ones that tell you how fast you're going, whatever they're called.
Where's he at?
Yeah, I'm trying to make smooth roads, not rough roads, but I've gone across these things, these speed tables, and if you're doing the speed limit, you're out of control in a pickup truck. But it's totally up to the Select Board. So,
Archie, let me just point out, if you don't mind me interrupting, that $15,000 was earmarked for traffic calming without any particular application. So it may not result in speed tables.
That's correct. It is not.
And your input is going to go into those, as far as I'm concerned.
we just had a lot of meetings, and it seems to always go back to the tables, but.
Yeah, I think that traffic calming is important, but I think that your expertise on what the application is has to be there.
Yeah. And just to be clear, that $15,000 is not earmarked for any particular project. It is earmarked for traffic calming.
Yep.
It could be that the Select Board decides, we want to buy X number of radar feedback signs, and that's what we're going to do this year for traffic calming. More to come on that, but the Select Board specifically requested that we start building a reserve essentially for that cost, so that we would have money to do things as people come in and request. And there's a whole policy for ranking traffic calming, and even after that point, even if somebody comes to us, even if the Planning Commission agrees on a certain ranking, it's still up to the Select Board of whether or not which projects they want to do, which ones they want to fund. So a lot to be determined on that yet, and so that is in it, but that $15,000, as RJ mentioned, is in it as the explicit request from the Select Board last year.
Yep. Dan, could it be better presented as a reserve for traffic calming instead of here as an absolute expenditure for traffic calming? I think maybe that might.
Yeah, could we do that, Melissa? Yeah. It's probably better, yes, because if we don't spend it this year, we'd like to spend it next year on that particular item.
Oh, that's important, yeah.
So yes, we'll do that.
Tom, I see a hand down there.
We're going to have on the agenda this month a discussion so the people of Bennington understand what the discussions have been in Old Bennington. We got to be fair to everybody across the board.
What?
How will we
The
talk about
discussions
Old
where
Bennington?
if there's a possibility Bennington may have to go to Old Bennington Highway, so we need to have those.
It's not on the table, Nancy. There's no discussion.
I'm sorry?
It's not on the table. There's no discussion required, necessary.
But
Thank
traffic calming, we need to know, is this traffic calming for Bennington?
you. Old Bennington is on its own related to traffic, Nancy.
But I
Nothing's changed.
understand they've been having discussions to change that.
That's not true, Nancy, and that's why we have to be careful what we say in a public meeting.
Any
What you
traffic
just
calming
said is
proposals,
not true.
Any traffic calming proposals, people will go through the process that we established, and then we will take them on a case-by-case basis. So nothing is being proposed to spend on traffic calming currently.
And Old Bennington is on the hook for its own traffic calming.
Bennington's Highway Department is staying in Bennington only permanently.
I'm telling you that there's no Old Bennington discussion needed as it relates to traffic calming.
Sarah, there have been.
Specific and not location specific.
Right.
No highway funds in this budget will be expended in Old Bennington.
Thank you. That's a better way to say it.
Okay, we put $20,000 in here for building improvements. It's the paint. Last year, not this last summer, the summer prior to, we luckily, thank you, got the front of the 78 Bowen Road painted. It was multicolored metal building and flaking off, and now at least it's all one color. as pretty as a metal building can be, I guess. So we put in $20,000 for this year to paint the two ends, the east and the west side of the building, and $15,000 to make the difference up to balance the cost. It's about, it hasn't been put out to bid this year, but it's $35,000 last I knew. Sidewalks.
I'm sorry, RJ, can we go back to that buildings, 20,000 for a second?
Yep.
If the total fund is being made up by 15,000 coming out of capital, is the 15,000 back in revenue?
No, it's in reserve. It currently is in reserve. We're proposing to expend that amount out of the reserve.
I'm never going to understand the way we reserve, guys. It's just backwards of what I'm used to.
One question on the same Friday. Is this in-house work or it's contracted out?
Contracted.
Thank you.
And so, Ed, I understand your point. You know, a lot of times you say we're expending 35, but we're going to be, it's budgeted for 35, but 15 of that will be reserve. It's not how we've done it, but it's the impact is it's 20,000 that we need to raise in taxes for that particular project.
But I think the public wants to know and should know that the cost is actually X.
Yeah, and that's why we put it in. That's why we put that in here.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's almost like that 15,000 of capital reserve is, you know, it's like we've lost track of it. I get that it's the same outcome, but we're not. I just don't think that we're illustrating as cleanly as I would like to see it as a taxpayer.
I agree with that, Ed. I think, like, I'd like to see it, like, shown, like, on a balance sheet somewhere that, like, this account's going down 15 and then this expenditure is coming out over here.
And somewhere that revenue's got to be reflected so that it can be spent, but it can't be, it's got to be revenue before
It's not revenue, it's existing reserve funds.
But okay.
Yeah. And it is reflected in the reserve account when it is expended. So I will let Melissa tell you how government accounting works. This is how we've always done it, and we could change it if it's allowed by the generally accepted accounting principles, but I'll let Melissa talk to that.
I trust you. I'm not an accountant.
And I'm not suggesting a change to the way that we handle our finances. I'm really just talking about a way to show it to this board and somehow the public so that it's clear. We don't have this, we don't have this opportunity during town meeting to go over line by line where that total fund is coming from.
Any other questions on buildings?
Well, streetlights are in there. Can I ask my streetlight question?
What section would streetlights be covered under, RJ?
I can go back to it now.
And I remember I had pulled RJ back to buildings a second ago.
Isn't it in with highway? Let me go back.
Right, yeah, so let's get sidewalks, bridges.
Page 13.
Page what? 13?
13, yeah.
Okay, streetlights, yeah.
Is it with highway? If not, I'll leave it.
I'm sorry.
I just have a question on the streetlights.
What's your question, Nancy?
Can they adjust the intensity of the light?
No, they're not. You can't raise or lower the intensity.
I
We can
read
replace
something-
fixtures, but we can't reduce the.
I thought I read something where I said, I wish we'd known that 30 years ago.
The ones on the power poles or the downtown ones on the concrete poles?
I thought I said it could be, I thought I read it could be adjusted. Anybody who remembers what we used to have 30 years ago, and then we switched to these.
LEDs.
It's like you're walking around in the fog. It throws such little light. Before, it was safe outside at night. You could
Point
really
of order, I don't think this has anything to do with the budget. This is an operational detail about streetlights that we can take up another time.
I just thought I read someplace they could be adjusted. If they can't,
Not
that's
that
fine.
I'm aware of.
Okay.
So on to sidewalks.
Okay, what I propose this year, I don't think is an increase, but what I propose this year of doing is Beach Street, new sidewalk and curb, and drainage. The drainage is all failed as old concrete catch basins along that section of Beach Street from Main Street to South Branch. We already talked about the blacktop that's budgeted in. That just takes care of the blacktop. The big project is for the town workers to start from the bottom up and replace the drainage, storm drain, and new curb and sidewalk. We're working with Green Mountain Power. They're going to move the poles from the center of the 4-foot wide sidewalks, which gives you about 2.5 feet. They're going to move them behind the sidewalks so we can get almost 5 feet. There's a couple of houses there that are tight along that section, but we hope to gain a lot of area that is power poles right now. Like I've already mentioned, repeat myself if I go on about the condition of Beach Street sidewalk and curb, but yeah, as soon as we get that done, we Main Street, East Main Street, and most of Main Street is sidewalks in very poor shape. There's a lot of patches now, lead lines, old age, what have you, and we hope to do some sidewalk work on Main Street also.
Anything from the board on sidewalks?
Thank you for Silver Street.
Excuse me?
Thank you for Silver Street.
Oh, yeah, that came out pretty well, I think. Okay, bridges. As Melissa mentioned, Steve Tatro, will be moving south, so I'm trying to get the most we can out of his expertise, and definitely this coming summer, and I believe he's going to be around 2 more construction seasons. So we're going to try to we are going to replace the Depot Street Bridge this year. It's going to cost, I believe, 140, maybe 180.
We got 148,890.
148 in-house to do that work, and which is phenomenal because 4 years ago we had a price of around $700,000 to have a contractor do it. And if there's federal money involved, which there won't be if we do it in-house, we had to jump through all these hoops and had to widen the bridge, which would mean adjusting the approaches, historical stuff. They'd have to look for whatever they look for. It was just a nightmare, and it stopped the construction project dead. I did have a grant on that project at the time, and the V-Trans worked with us. We were able to move that money to the Mount Anthony Bridge that we constructed last summer. So we didn't lose that grant, which was great. So we were able to do that. With that grant, we were able to do the Mount Anthony Bridge for no cost to the town. So it was great. So this summer, we're going to do Depot Street Bridge, which is in very poor shape. There's steel plates on the deck. It's been failing before I have been here. And also replace the bridge on the past the horse farm before you start up the hill on Middle Pownell Road, across Furnace Brook, I believe. So, yeah, we're taking advantage of Steve and his concrete expertise while he's here.
RJ.
Yes.
Thank you. This is a side question. Are there bridge foreman candidates out there? Or are we, what are we looking at?
Steve would be a tough replacement.
I gather.
I say no.
Does that mean that position goes away?
We'll still have a bridge crew, a couple guys anyways, to do the maintenance that has been not done since the bridges were built in the 1920s. I think with maintenance, what we have left after Steve's gone, for the most part, will preserve the bridges for 10s to 20s, 30, 100 years longer than without maintenance. Steve not only has done bridges, but he has a maintenance program, washing, sealing, crack filling, pouring caps over what's deteriorated from salt, painting, rust roofing.
We'll carry those measures on.
We definitely will. And he has a couple newer guys have started with him from the beginning that will carry that maintenance on.
So we're not losing that whole discipline because that one person is leaving.
We are not.
Thank you.
RJ, and maybe it's out of school kind of question here. Is there any sort of a potential consultant / contracting incentive to get Steve to maybe stick around or come back intermittently? No, I'm serious.
I know you are.
If the guy would show up, we have a project, he comes here in town for a month and helps kind of lead it. Is that a possibility?
Is it a possibility? Anything is a possibility with Steve. He seems to change his mind on life-changing events more than anyone I've ever seen in my life, but he's bought a house now. He owns two houses in North Carolina, and I don't think that's an option, but you never know.
Well, point out to him that the humidity in Vermont in August is a lot better than North Carolina.
It's a great place to spend the month of August.
I hear that Williamsackin's going to have awesome rooms.
Yeah. But I mean, just again, off.
His family's going to be here, so anything's a possibility.
But I mean, if there's something on the board maybe we can do to help encourage.
Absolutely.
That, please let us know, because from what the work that's happening under his guidance is phenomenal.
He was leaving once, and I got him to stay, so.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
We support your efforts to do this.
And maybe now you got to let him go, but tease him to come back every once in a while.
No, anything's a possibility.
Anything from the board on bridges? All right, machinery and equipment, vehicles and equipment.
Okay, like always, trucks, we replace one big truck and one pickup truck every year since I've been here. It works out to a pretty good cycle because trucks last about 10 years before they nickel and dime you, and we have 10 trucks, so big trucks. So that before COVID started to be an issue because during COVID, we're almost 2 years out now before the time you order a truck and delivery. When I started here, there was 5 body and equipment companies in business, semi-locally within 3-hour ride, and now there's 2. One doesn't show a lot of interest, so the timing is in the body more than the truck. The trucks were out a year during COVID, but it seems like we can get those relatively soon now, well, within 8 months, which, crazy as it may be, is soon compared to the bodies. So yeah, that's an ongoing mess. probably you're the taxpayers. Next question is, can we keep them longer? Absolutely not. The last one we just sent away 2 months ago, we were wondering if it was going to make it to Westminster to the dealer. We try to wash. We're always trying new stuff. We have a high pressure underbelly washer that hooks to a pressure cleaner now. Shannon's always spraying them with anti-rust stuff, but after 10 years of being in that environment, it catches up to them. And yeah, bolts are gone. It's just, you can't even work on whatever is broke because there's no bolts to turn anymore. It's just a rusty mess. So, yeah, nothing's changed. Very expensive, but good news is we keep our trucks cleaner, nicer than most. So we get pretty good trade-ins values on the trucks after 10 years also.
RJ, and just to, based on my research, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that kind of the standard is 8 years, and we get 2 more years out of our trucks. So obviously Shannon's efforts are paying off. It's significant. Getting an additional 2 years is pretty significant.
Correct. Yeah, I have the state's average here somewhere. But Dan's totally right on that. 7.875 years. Dan, you were wrong, not 8. That's the average for the state. And the maximum is 10 years. Minimum 5 years. That's the average for the state of Vermont. So, yeah, we do pretty well. And like I say, we're getting pretty good trade-in values for them because we take good care of them. Just because they're shiny doesn't mean they're new.
If I could, RJ, just for general consumption, somebody is where I only moved here about 5 years ago, but the thing that struck me the most when I came to Bennington was town equipment. I've never lived in a place where town equipment wasn't rusty or beaten up or looking like it was operated by people who didn't care. So you and your crew are to be commended, in my opinion, for the excellent care you provide town vehicles. I've never been in a town where I've seen working vehicles so well maintained.
And I preach to them, washing isn't, I don't know, easy work or whatever. It's part of maintenance, and it saves in the long run. So, yeah, we try to keep them pretty clean. We don't have any equipment budgeted this year. We're going down the road with Shannon of buying more used equipment, like sidewalk machines that sit around 6 months out of the year. We purchased one last year. We drove to Maine, bought it. It turned out to be better than the equal we had in the town of Bennington. Yeah, that's one of our main sources now. So we can definitely save a lot of money, especially that seasonal equipment that is used for a short period of time. Buying it from an auction site, like same auction site we sell stuff, well, we can buy stuff also with a mechanic on board.
Jackie, you had something?
Yeah. There's a note here about we propose adding the new debt to the existing debt. Does that mean that we're upside down on these vehicles, or you're talking about like debt for other vehicles that are not being replaced?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the I didn't hear the question.
So you're replacing a 2016 flatbed truck and a 2017 dump truck. You're going to borrow the cost to purchase those new vehicles, right? And then, or it says, we propose adding the new debt to the existing debt. Does that mean that we're upside down on the 2016 and the 2017 vehicle?
No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, they're definitely paid off when, yeah.
Okay.
Or 5 year, you finance for 7?
Yes.
That was my next
but
question, what the
it's an
loan term
8-year
we're
cycle.
contemplating is.
How I do it. So 8 years is, once 8 years is off, we're totally set.
Okay, and so that'll be the same loan term for the new vehicles, an 8-year term?
I just want to clarify, I do 7-year terms.
Okay.
The first year one, it's really 8 years in total for us for budgeting, but the year one, I include in the budget because we don't pay until, we pay in arrears, so our first payment is 1 year out.
Okay.
And so then it's a 7-year loan that's added on to that. So a total 8-year for budgeting, but it's a 7-year term.
Okay, thank you.
In that note, Jackie, I know it's perhaps not as clear as it should be, but by purchasing these 2 new vehicles and leasing them, lease to own or financing, however we want to say it, our total debt for those equipment goes up. Our total payments go up $10,000 about. So it's a modest increase over what we were paying last year when we purchased these 2 new vehicles.
Due to other items dropping off.
Yeah, due to other, yes.
Okay, right.
Yeah, no, obviously, if we just said, we're not buying anything, then, our debt payment would decrease as opposed to stay about the same.
Right,
And how many years will that payment be?
As Melissa just said, it's a 7-year, is it a note or a lease to own? How does it work?
It's a capital lease.
Capital lease,
And
yeah.
so, but it is lease to own.
Yeah, but essentially the same thing as a loan. But, so 7-year term ends up being 8 years that we have the vehicle, correct?
8 budget years.
8 budget years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything else for RJ? Anything from the community?
Community left.
All right. But I was talking to her.
Oh, that's right.
Everyone else here works for us. We have a community here. RJ, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the support, everyone.
Thanks, RJ.
All right. Other budget questions. I hate open-ended agenda items, but I don't see any other way to do this.
So we've been here for 5 hours, and I don't know if I'm good for 6 or 7. I mean, can we punt this one down the road to the next meeting, and if we have to have a third meeting, have a third meeting?
If that's a motion, I will second it.
Yeah, we certainly can. Before we, if I may.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I would just, if we are going to postpone substantive budget discussions on other portions of the budget, just staff know that we're going to have to be here to talk about that, because usually we focus on the agencies. But I'd like to ask, would it be appropriate for us to schedule, say, 1 hour or so at the beginning of the meeting and then bring the agencies in, or do we want to bring the agencies in and then, usually what we do is we reserve that second meeting for agencies and then any cleanup afterwards. But if we're going to have substantive discussions about the budget, other than those that you've already talked about tonight, which we would be happy to do as in the cleanup, I just want to organize the meeting the way that you folks would like it. Obviously, we'll have the folks that are included in the budget invited to come and to make their presentations, and we'll follow up on the items you've already noted, but just wanted to have an idea of how you want us to schedule that. Typically, we'd start with agencies at 8 o'clock and then finish up maybe an hour or so at the end.
I would think that they could limit their presentations for 15 minutes. The rescue squad will be longer. I don't think the other two would, or the other 3 or 4 should need more than 15 minutes to present.
I think typically they come in under schedule, but we do need to allow time if we have questions.
We typically schedule 30 minutes, I believe, per agency. So,
I mean,
having been through this process a few times, this is usually the meeting we get out of early.
Tom, can I just ask you for clarity, what is left that we didn't cover today?
The remainder of the general fund, so administrative services, town, select board, town manager, assessor's
So there's some
office.
stuff there that we need to look at.
We may need the third meeting.
I mean,
cross that bridge we come to it.
My sense is that the important thing is that we get the agency discussions in, because they would be scheduled to come in, and I would hate to have the other budget issues stuff run so long that it pushed one of them out the back end. So I would, I mean, I'm, you know, not, I mean, I may be the only one who wants to wrap this up today, right now, but if we, maybe not, but if we, I would, my preference would be to do the agencies at 8 and then wrap the other budget stuff in with the cleanup stuff after that, and if we then run out of time, to schedule another meeting.
So to Nancy's point, which is, I think, a good one for some of those agencies, can we request that they limit their presentations to 15 minutes so that if we say 30 and they only take 15, then we're going to sit around and wait, and it'd be hard to have substantive discussions.
Please make that ask.
Okay.
Right. Tell them, suggest they might be early.
Okay. Okay.
And I mean, if there's a lot of questions, that's one thing, but other than the rescue squad, I don't think anybody else would need more than 10, 15 minutes.
The other agencies aren't asking, well, there's only 3 that are asking for increases, and only one of them is significant, that is the rescue squad. Okay.
Answer your question, Dan?
You did, thank you. And of course, I'll be sending it to you and Jim for review, but I wanted to make sure I at least started off in the right ballpark.
But are we planning
So
on
do we
having
need-
the,
I'm sorry, do we need a motion? Did we have a motion? Sarah made a motion, and then she held it for a second while we were discussing.
If that was a motion, I seconded the motion.
So we do have a motion on the floor?
My motion that I didn't actually formally make would be to recess this budget discussion to our next meeting and adjourn.
My next meeting would be the 10th at 8 a.m. here in this room.
I'll second that.
just a quick question. A couple of people have asked me, are we going to have the bond for the wastewater treatment plant on the ballot in March? Well, but I mean, people
Nancy, it's a good question. I'm looking to
People
Jim
are
and Tom
asking,
because
so-
I think that they're figuring out how that.
Yeah, I think we have a meeting scheduled for that next week, Jim.
I think so. We've had discussions about the timing of that, and there's a little fact sheet that's related to that we can go over, but yeah, we haven't, I don't think that we've finally decided on that.
Yep.
So
We'll get back to you.
Yeah, so
I
that
would
would be
also discuss it maybe briefly before that, but the information's out there.
It obviously has to be a board decision to place it on the ballot. So the reason I've looked to Jim and Tom is because I was scheduling when we have that discussion, so.
I think the answer to that is we're going to have one more meeting and talk about it, and then we'll
Okay,
get back
no,
to
but
you.
So can we?
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Folks, thank you very much. This was
Thanks, everybody.
a lot.